Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, entertainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLR. One moment, please. We are still having power failure technical difficulties. Yay! I thought I had the longer set loaded, and I didn't. So one moment, please. Do 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 do.
Yeah, I still use those references. I don't think they're as topical anymore.
All right. Here we go again.
You're listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow,
It's been an actual nightmare.
to oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez. Dazzle me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis, now streaming on Freevee.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult statements. Listener discretion is advised.
Hey.
We're going a little bit fly by the seat of our pants tonight. Once again, we are proud to welcome back our guest interrogator, our Puerto Rican Inquisition, Aggie, the barkeep. And she's to have our topic today. I am your respondent, Stephen Hall, here to answer questions that are going to be put to me by our interrogator. So, depending on what topic we have, this could go any direction.
Should be interesting. I'm doing okay. Actually, I'm just like Rick. I hurried home. I was actually in Tyler today, and it was like around 3:30 or 4 o'clock. We decided to stop, get some early dinner, and we're sitting down. And I have a podcast at 6. My husband's like, but it's Wednesday. I said, I'm just a guest in this one. It's not one of my regular ones. So we're like hurrying home and everything, and but we got here way on time, so it was not an issue. I did spend most of my day. I finished cleaning my closet. I cleaned out a lot of clothing that do not I don't wear. Like, I don't have any occasions to wear it anymore. I used to have evening gowns and cocktail dresses and after five stuff that I would wear on occasion when he was still on active duty, and that was 5 years ago. So I was like, yeah, it's time. I did not go through my shoes, and I am not going to go through my shoes, but I did
She's going to go
about
through her shoes for the
about
audience.
4 bags full of clothing that I am donating. So hopefully it'll bless somebody else. The evening gowns and everything, I'm actually taking to um, a special place that specializes in um, evening wear for people who can't afford it, like for prom, for military balls, for any of those kind of things. And so that's what those are going. And because I mean, I was shocked to hear this. The average price for a prom dress in the United States is $900.
Yeah, it's gotten ridiculous.
I'm sorry, no,
For
no.
high school bands, this does not make any sense.
I I couldn't. I was stunned. I was just shocked, and I said, "Oh no, no, no! We have to rectify all of my evening gowns, everything, all my cocktail dresses, all of that left, and hopefully that'll help somebody, a few somebodies, I hope, and because my weight has fluctuated through the years. There were sizes 2, 4, 6, and 8. So somebody's gonna be happy. Yeah, so that was my day. That was my
Well, I
day.
mean, that's good. I mean, they spend way too much money on essentially celebrations and parties now. I don't know what's causing this.
I don't either.
It was
I
starting back when I was in college to grad school. When I was in grad school, they were talking about spending all this money on weddings. I'm like, that's a down payment on a house,
Yes,
and you're going to
yes.
spend it for a one-day event. Bit much, and it's
I
just got more since
you know,
then.
when I got married, I did not want my parents to spend a lot of money on my wedding, but then my dad wanted a really nice party with mariachis, and I said, "You know what, Dad, you do it. Whatever you want. We'll just show up." And that's what we did. We got there Friday and got married Saturday and left Sunday. I'm not even joking. It was not. I was invited to my own wedding.
Well, that was
That's
good
pretty
you were
much what it
invited. At
was.
least you were there.
I was there. So at least that happened. But yeah, it has gotten so ridiculous. I could not understand it. There was, I belong to the local um, Facebook group for the town, right? And there was a lady asking, "Does anybody have any old prom dresses they're willing to, lend out because so that my daughter has something to wear because we just cannot afford a brand new dress?" And somebody suggested going to the thrift store. And she said, I did. I hit 5 thrift stores. There was nothing in her size. And I don't have time to take them in, and everything. And I said, so I asked her, what is she looking for? And she said, anything in a size 2 would be great. And so I called up my daughter and I said, I know you have all of these dresses, these party dresses and everything that your cousin gave you. And one of them was it was a over the knee, but it was a prom dress. And it was all fluffy, one of the fluffy dresses. And I asked her, can I give those away? And she said, oh, absolutely. I am never going to wear those again. So they can go. So I met her in town last week. And I said, you're welcome to these. I hope one of them fits. And she was just over the moon. There were 5 dresses in there. And she chose the little girl chose the rose dress, which was my niece's prom dress back in 2007, and it was all flared out and everything. And she looked adorable, and she didn't look like anybody else because everybody else had the same type of dress. So she stood out, and so she was very happy. And I was like, this is why I thrift, because I want something that nobody else has.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I never did prom, so
I went by myself.
never did wedding either. I don't have a dress for either.
Well, when you come visit, and I do say when, when you come visit, it is a very relaxed yeah, place. Even the fancy restaurants around here have no dress code. Do you know why? Because most of the people that can afford these fancy places are oilmen and cattlemen, and they come straight from the ranch, dressed the way they were working. So and they
That,
will
that,
plunk down $1,200 for a meal and have nothing, and just walk away. So they just said, "Yeah, we're rescinding all of
yeah,
our dress
that
codes."
reminds me. We had a lawyer in Wayne County, and he would show up to court in bib overalls because he came straight from his farm.
I'm perfectly fine with that. I mean, it's like, to me, it's more down to earth, and removing that dress code actually opens the doors to other people, and an enjoyment for them too. So, and so you don't have to worry about that when you come visit. You don't have to worry about that. There is no dress code around it, around East Texas.
So, what topic do we have today?
Okay, so I know that I spoke to you about this one, but I decided, something.
What do I worry when she gets that diabolic look?
I just come across that way. um, I know I had mentioned Houdini last time, as one of the two, but I actually wanted to talk about the Federal Reserve. I wanted to talk about the auspices, the foundation, how it came about, who thought that this was a good idea, and why the centralized bank, it was so important to certain people, and what its purpose is today. Because there's a lot of people, you see it online, and the Fed, and the Fed, and the Fed, but nobody tells you why the Fed should be ended. And I believe it should be. I just don't think that there's a lot of information as to how it came about, the damage it's done, and why it should end.
Well, interesting topic. Definitely the concept of central banks in and of themselves, fiat currencies, and fractional reserve banking. Oh, there's a lot of history here.
I thought it would keep you busy.
Oh yeah, that's a large topic. Let's start with what is the greatest insult in America?
Your mama?
The $20 bill.
Oh, okay.
No, not the most common insult, just the greatest insult.
Okay, fine.
Most people do not realize how insulting the $20 bill is.
Jackson. Because what he considered to be his greatest accomplishment. I mean, this is a man who fought duels and lived. This is a man who fought the War of 1812 and won a victory over twice his number. This is a man who became president. But his greatest accomplishment was he killed the bank. The bank was trying to kill him, and he killed them first. And that was the Second Bank of America, which tells you how long they've been trying to do this. This started back with the founding fathers and Hamilton, and this little duel with Aaron Burr. Yeah, this idea had been fomenting for almost 100 years. So, which is why, how they managed to actually get it done was
Devious.
Sketchy. Devious. I was trying to be nice. Really effed up. Okay.
Well, devious is nice. It's not diabolical. I'm turning it down.
Okay.
Well, first, let's explain for people who don't really have a finance background, and I'm sure you know enough about this. I'm not too worried about you.
No.
How does fractional reserve banking and paper currency work.
Normally, they're backed by something.
Well,
Yeah.
traditionally, what would happen is you had a goldsmith, which is what Rothschild originally was a goldsmith.
Mhm.
And you would, if you were in town and you had gold, you might not have a safe, and you don't want to keep it in your house because somebody could steal it.
Right.
So you would pay a fee to the goldsmith since you know he had a safe because he had to have gold, and he had security. So you paid a fee for him to keep your gold, and he would
Ah,
issue these notes that said, we'll pay to the bearer upon demand 1 gold sovereign or whatever it was, and you could take that note and give it to somebody because it was that's where the bank started. You could write a note on what your deposit was. So if you had 30 pieces of silver, not to use any particular
wow.
reference,
Cannot
yeah,
believe you went there, but
I
okay.
thought you'd appreciate
We
that.
just had Lent.
Well, I would have just chosen another number, but that one just came to mind. Uh, but you were going to pay somebody 5 silver, you write them a note, paid to the bearer on demand. This is the concept of checking, and they take it
Okay.
there and they get their money out. That's the demand note. That's your check. And what they discovered is people would trade these notes instead of bringing back to get the silver or to get the gold. So the fact that there
Interesting.
were notes out there, they would just trade these notes. The bank would issue a note. You put however much gold you had in there, and they'd give you a note for each coin, and then
Okay.
people would just trade the notes without trading the coins.
Okay.
And once they discovered this, they decided, we don't have to have that much gold on hand. We can issue loans and notes on more than the gold we have.
Oh,
So you have 1,000 pieces of gold, and you issue loans in the range of 10,000 gold.
even though you didn't have the
You only
actual
have 1,000,
10,000 in it. Got it.
and you're charging interest on these loans. So if you're charging, say, 10% interest on a loan, you're going to make 1,000 gold in a year, even though you only
Interesting.
had 1,000 to start with, and it wasn't yours. It was a depositor that they're basically paying you to hold on to their gold, and you can turn that into a nice profitable business, knowing they're never going to come back and ask for all that gold back. And if they came back and asked for part of the gold back, then you can call in those loans that you made and get them to pay you. And as long as they didn't know you were doing this, it's a nice, easy way to multiply your returns
It's
for
a
the money
hustle.
you're lending. Well,
It's a
yeah,
hustle.
that's,
Okay.
that's a little harsh.
No, no, it's pretty dead on.
One of the advantages is if you're the banker and you know these notes are out there, what happens when you have lots of money chasing fewer goods? Inflation.
Inflation. Yes. Yeah.
So if you loan to your friends or uh, your family, and they take these loans and go out and purchase things with them, as the prices go up, the value of whatever land or goods that they bought also go up because you're encouraging inflation. So by lending to your friends the first loan, you get ahead of the inflation, you gain a market advantage because you
Okay.
know that when the inflation goes, that land's going to be worth nominally more value. So it's more than just one thing. This is why the banks have, all these loans and mortgages and things like that. Of course, back in the day, uh, usury was, or charging interest on money was frowned upon, and no good, decent person would do it. So they let Jewish people do it.
Yes. It was a dirty thing, which is why it was
So
done
you
wrong.
hired Jews to sin for you.
Yep. Exactly. No, that's why everybody there's always an ongoing that's a sidetracking a bit. There's always an ongoing debate as to who the true merchant of Venice was in the Shakespearean play. So was it Shylock? I lean towards Shylock,
Yeah.
but You never know.
But anyway, so you have the fractional reserve where you now have a banking system that's making money on lending more money than they actually have. And the natural thing for this is, well, if we can lend money that we don't have, and they're just trading the notes, do we actually have to have the golden reserve at all?
I guess not.
Nope. But the idea of a central bank is you have one bank that lends money to all the other banks. So instead of having actual specie, actually gold, silver, and copper that's out there floating about, you can have an insurance scheme. You can have all of these other banks which are tied to that central bank. And if one bank, instead of having a run on one bank, which is what you used to have, is you'd have a run on the bank. Somebody goes, they don't have enough money to cover all these notes. And then the bank could go bankrupt. You know, that nice scheme that you developed with 1,000 gold that you had 10,000 in loans.
Hmm.
Suddenly, 5 of these people want to collect their money at once.
Yes.
And you don't have it.
1929, anyone?
Well, it happened a lot of times before that, and people don't realize
Oh,
that.
yeah. But no,
Back in the
that one was the
1800s,
big one.
yeah, that was the big one. But do you know why that was the big one?
No.
Because they had tied them all together. So instead of one bank failing,
Oh, it was the whole
it dragged down about
structure.
10 of them at the same time, and it created a chain reaction.
I remember watching. I think there was a documentary on HBO back in the 80s about the stock market crash, and they were interviewing this woman who was in advanced age, but her father was very wealthy at the time. And I distinctly remember that for her birthday, she and her sister both got Rolls Royces. Hers was red and her sister's was black. And she remembers that day vividly because the following day was the crash and her father committed suicide. And she was so angry at her father. And she wasn't angry because how could you lose the money? She was angry as why would you leave us behind? That was her anger. And she said, I never actually got over that. I had, and we, she talked about starting from scratch and everything. It's like it made me a better person and made me a stronger woman. But I never forgave him for leaving us behind like that. There was a lot of I think that's why that crash was it's so big in the American psyche because like you said it had tied all the banks together and so they all went down at the same time. So
Well, the Depression cut a lot of things, but of course, we created a central bank before that. We created the Federal Reserve in 1913.
13. Hmm.
So you had the Federal Reserve done out of fear that something like this might happen. And as soon as we create it, within a generation, we have the Great Depression. Now, that's an interesting thing. We create a Federal Reserve to keep us from having these downfalls, and the first thing that happens is to have the biggest downfall in history. Kind of like it was orchestrated. Not that I would be a conspiracy theorist or anything.
No, let's go down that road because it does look like it was, which is why I'm asking the questions.
So let's look back at the second bank with Jackson.
Hmm.
Why did they seek to, first of all, set up a central bank? Well, a central bank becomes the banker of bankers. It's kind of like a hierarchy. This is your central authoritarian control over all banking.
Okay.
There's, you have your lords of banking, and then you have your king. And these little local banks are all under the subject of, because they're getting their money from the central bank.
King or Godfather?
Close enough.
Come on, you know, right?
Rothschild, the quote attributed to Rothschild, I think it was Nathan Rothschild, said he didn't care who wrote the laws as long as he was the one who controlled the money.
Yes. I believe I recall that, yeah.
Because the Rothschilds basically found it was cheaper, it was more lucrative to lend money to governments than it was to lend money to people.
Yes.
You lend money to people for businesses fail. You lend money to the government, the government has all of this tax revenue they can always back up.
They
So
have the
it's a
people
sure thing.
to take it from. Exactly. So,
And then you got a fiat currency, which is a different concept, which is the full faith and credit of the person who you're lending the money to as the insurer, as a guarantor. So you don't have to actually have any money to lend.
just power.
No,
Not even
reputation,
reputation. Well, but the reputation is built on having a certain power
taxation,
structure. Yeah. Yeah. So,
ability to tax.
yeah.
But so the second bank was playing politics, and they really didn't like Jackson, and they were using the weight of the bank to play with the economy to make him look bad and to play politics. And they were really over the top about it because they were really obvious and didn't make no bones about it. And the head of the second bank pretty much challenged him publicly. Yeah, that's why it
Oh
didn't go over
my.
well. And like I said, there was somebody hired to try to assassinate him, and he lived, and that didn't work. So when they got rid of the bank, it took a long time before they finally got around to the era of the what were called the robber barons, which was a bad misnomer, but these were kings of industry who decided, they were wealthy, and they want everybody who gets wealthy wants to protect their wealth because they're scared somebody else will also become wealthy.
Yes.
And it's a strange concept that the people who are wealthiest are most nervous about losing.
Yes.
You don't see a poor person worried about losing their wealth.
No, it's the 10% concept. When I call it the 10% concept. When you're, for example, tithing at church, you're supposed to tithe 10%. Well, it's easier to tithe 10% of $10 than it is to tithe 10% of $1,000. And that is part of the human nature that's attached to that whole. When you start gathering all the wealth, you do become more fearful that you're going to lose everything that you have gained because
Mm-hmm.
it is so grand, it is so big.
So they met in secret, and there was a place where they talked about it and they designed everything. I think it was down in Florida. But basically, you have to know uh, Moneybags from Monopoly, which is designed after J.P. Morgan.
Morgan. Mm-hmm.
And J.P. Morgan made his fortune not just in banking, but in consolidating companies and basically creating monopolies within industries, creating trusts. And why not banking trust? If you could create General Electric to have a monopoly on electric between Westinghouse and Edison,
Oh, don't
he could
start me.
create,
Don't get me started on that again.
yeah, he could create General Motors by
Mhm.
consolidating several large car companies into one of the largest car company.
I
He did
always
the
did
same thing.
wonder how it is that some banks are like First Bank and Trust,
Mhm.
and I'm like, why am I supposed to trust you? I did not know that that's where that whole trust part
Yeah,
came from.
a
It was,
trust is a
yes,
guardianship.
yeah,
We are holding this in trust for you. Uh, it's an organizational name, kind of like you know,
okay,
kind of like a market for a store. It's just another name for fiduciary responsibility. Of course, how much you take the fiduciary responsibility, well,
I do wonder about that because sometimes you are very familiar with the big banks, Chase, um, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, which you're my age, so you remember the imbroglio with Bank of America and when it started going under and all that, what was going on with that. That was a seesaw. Actually, that was
mhm.
more like a roller coaster when that was going on.
well, they let Lehman Brothers fail, but Solomon Brothers, they had to save.
Yes, it
That
was
tells you who
very
had the
peaky.
political power as opposed to who had the money.
Yes.
Because Lehman
So
Brothers had the money, but they didn't
yeah,
have
they
the
did.
political power.
And that always kind of like made a lot of people wonder why it was that certain banks were saved and others were not, even when they had already signed agreements to have the government, you know, come in and unscramble whatever it was that was going on. So that that was kind of weird.
Yeah. So we go back to the late 1900s when you had this man by the name of Teddy Roosevelt trying to break trusts, and he got in kind of. You want to say he became president by accident, or certainly not by design. He was never intended to be president. Gave him the vice presidency because vice presidency at the time was a place where you went for your career to die.
It was, yes, yeah.
Which is amazing. Some of our best presidents have been accidentally brought in, and a couple of our worst.
I wasn't going to say it, but no, it's true. Most people would not be able to name any the list. We grow up memorizing all of the presidents. For high school history class or whatever. Nobody mentions the vice presidents. Why? Because that was designed to kill any political aspirations you may have had.
Yeah.
That neutered you completely, even though it was the second highest office.
Well, they changed the office from the original design of the Constitution, and that's one of the big problems. For people who aren't familiar with it, who were the early vice presidents? The early vice president was the second largest vote getter in the Electoral College.
Yes.
It wasn't a running mate. It was usually the person from the other party.
Yes.
The lead candidate from the other party. He didn't get president, he becomes vice president. So he's a president waiting from your opposition. So you actually have to talk to your opposition. You can't be that far apart ideologically. Once you get the point of they don't have any chance of getting the presidency, then you don't have to respect your opponent's opinion as much. So changing the vice president really did lower our discourse politically. But J.P. Morgan was really big on the backroom deals and bailing out the economy. He had been asked to bail out the economy previous to this with a small bank run, I think, in 1901, 1902, some of that area. And he had, fortified the banks and, increased the money supply. And this is kind of with the theory of we need to increase the money supply so that we can get through this, and versus government spending, which is when you were starting to get Keynesian economics in. So he was the natural person to go to decentralize the banks, but he also didn't have the money to do it by himself, as wealthy as he was. And I forget how many people there were who got together to form the central bank or the monopoly or trust of banking itself. But this wasn't a new concept. They were just trying to revive what they had already tried several generations previously, and what the founding fathers kept trying to keep us away from. Because
so basically they were trying to it didn't work this time because of this issue, so let's fix that issue, and it didn't work that time because of this issue, so let's fix that issue. And that's how they basically came up with the concept of what we have the Fed as today.
Yeah. And the second bank had done such a bad job of tarnishing the name of a central bank that they came up with the idea of calling it a Federal Reserve.
Yeah. The term reserve has an actual positive connotation when it comes to banking.
But yes, so does federal. It says this is a government organization, not a private bank.
Correct.
And it's not. It's a private bank.
It's a private bank.
Nothing federal about it, and it really doesn't do a reserve.
No.
Because you have the treasury notes, which is based on actual gold and silver bullion that you have. It's supposed to be represented by a certain way. Of course, Nixon took us off of that standard.
Yeah, that's a question for another day, and I will be ready for that one. Those were the two questions that were fighting in my head, and I said, no, let's go with the Fed, because right now the Fed is foremost since the whole Jerome Powell thing going on and everything. So figured that would be a better topic.
So the way it works is the bank, the Federal Reserve, prints notes, and they lend these notes to the government so the government can use them as currency at interest. Now, from a legal standpoint, one thing that's always bothered me is if you have a contract, you have to give what's called consideration, or the contract itself becomes invalid. What consideration are you giving for these notes that gives you interest? You've put up literally nothing. There is no consideration on that part. So, legally speaking, that contract is not really valid. But they pretend that it is. So, they have to be paid back in Federal Reserve notes. Well, how can you pay back in Federal Reserve notes with interest when you borrowed all the Federal Reserve notes?
Okay.
Okay, let's simplify it.
Okay.
Simplify it. You produced 100,000 notes,
Mhm.
100,000 $1 bills, and I lend them to you at 10% interest. Well, let's say 5% interest.
Okay.
Okay. So now I've lent you 100,000 Federal Reserve notes, and you owe me a year later 105,000 Federal Reserve notes.
Right.
There aren't any. There aren't 105,000 Federal Reserve notes.
Okay.
You can't possibly pay me back.
This is like this is worse than a Ponzi scheme. I mean,
Yeah. See how when you simplify it, it becomes a lot clearer?
fucking believable. Okay. Yes.
Now, economically speaking, prior to having a central bank, you would have periods of inflation and periods of deflation, depending on the productivity of society, the amount of gold and silver you had available. Once you have a central bank, whether it's the Federal Reserve or another central bank, you always get continuing inflation. You still get the ups and downs in the market, but it's whether you have more inflation or less inflation.
But it's still
But
there's
it's always
still the inflation
the slope,
going
instead of being this way, is now going this way,
this way.
and you're always going around that instead of going up and down.
Right.
The common person does best economically when they have predictability. This is why you get people who I loved it when my father was talking to one of his friends, and they sat around talking for probably an hour, going over different things that were back when they were young. Bread was 15 cents, and now it was $1.50, and this was years ago. So the $1.50 bread tells you something.
Yeah, it tells me a lot.
But the house was $7,000. You could buy a house for $7,000 back then. Now it was $70,000 for that same house. And they went through probably 30 different things. And I said, okay, so how much could you earn in a day's labor? They were doing junking, which is going around and picking up junk, taking it to the scrapyard. And said, well, you can make about $200 a day. How much could you make back then? Oh, about 20. So you're making this 10 times as much money, and everything costs exactly 10 times as much more. So nothing has changed. You just added a zero to everything. Which gets you to the concept of your coinage. The coinage, traditionally, what is a dollar? A dollar was defined as a troy ounce of silver.
Yes.
So
I remember that.
You have that old song, "Shaving a Haircut, 2 bits."
Yep.
2 bits comes from the Spanish pieces of 8. And we got our currency, strangely enough, from the Spanish, because it was dollars, because that's what they were using. So America decided they were going to dollars and not pounds, because we didn't like the English at the time.
Listen, another topic. Go ahead.
We had a third of the country who loved England, a third of the country who loved France, and neither one was going to go with the monetary system from either one of those people. So the Spanish were like, okay, they're neutral. We'll use their money system. So we create U.S. dollars based on that. But the Spanish pieces of 8 were divided into 8 pieces. They were perforated, so you could separate them out without shortchanging somebody. And 1/8 of that was called a bit.
Yep.
So 2 bits is a quarter, or a quarter of a troy ounce of silver, which today would run right around $20.
Yeah, I think that's where silver's at right now per ounce. It's
somewhere between 70 and 90.
Yeah.
If we just assume 80, it would be $20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So your quarter is worth about $20 because of inflation, because they just added to the numbers. They've added those little zeros on the end. The actual money that you have hasn't really changed. Your actual purchasing power doesn't really change. When you have things like employees and minimum wages, they set their expectations on a fixed number, and most people are not financially sophisticated enough to build in inflation. So having this constant inflation generally hurts the working class more than anybody else. It also affects the middle class, but the more economically sophisticated build in the inflation into their anticipation.
Yes. But lower middle income, upper lower income, that strata is where the pain is felt the most.
Yeah, because they're just wanting to save money. They're not trying to save money plus return that extra profit.
Right.
So they're going to put it in a bank where they get at most 1% interest with a 3% inflation, which means they're losing money on everything they save.
Yeah.
Well, central bank is kind of there to control this money supply by lending money and getting interest from these banks, who then lend money to other places to get bank with your prime lending rate, and that's why that becomes so important. And it becomes so involved in politics that you get Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
And this is one of the interesting things, because as an economist, understanding what happened with Jimmy Carter is a comedy of errors. And it wasn't his fault. He was just overwhelmed with something he didn't have the experience to understand.
No, he really was out of his depth.
Well, he had no economic background. Reagan did. You know, Reagan comes in as a major shareholder in, was it Merrill Lynch? I think it was.
Yeah.
So he understood all the finances. Carter was a nuclear technician, I think it was, in the Navy.
Yeah, nuke tech. Mm-hmm.
Nuke tech. So he's a smart guy, but he's dealing with science and physics and things like that, but not
peanuts,
finance and economies. Yeah. And there was this thing that had been going on for 20 years prior to Carter called the Phillips curve. Are you familiar with the Phillips curve?
I have heard of it, yes. Okay. I actually heard it on Juxtaposition. So shout out to Rick.
Well, Phillips curve was, this economist named Phillips discovered an inverse relationship between the interest rates and unemployment. And this is just a naturally occurring phenomenon that occurs through the business cycle. As the economy grows, your interest rate goes up because everybody's trying to borrow money because they're trying to grow their business.
Makes sense.
So your interest rate goes up, but you have low employment because they're trying to get workers too.
Correct.
Now, when you get a bust situation, you've got higher unemployment, but nobody's borrowing money because they're just trying to get through the downturn in the economy so that they'll be in a good footing later, so they're not borrowing money. So your interest rates are lower and your unemployment is higher. Then you have politicians. The politicians see this Phillips curve and go, you know what? If we can get people to think that we're in a boom time, or we're in a better time than we are, then they're going to hire people.
Yes.
So if we can create a little inflation, we can depress the unemployment stat and it'll look good.
Is that the quantitative easing type of stuff that they spoke about? Okay.
They're trying to increase the money supply but they're trying to increase the inflation rate. They're trying to inflate their way out of unemployment. Because most economists, particularly Keynesian economists, do not understand the concept of the business cycle, so they're always trying to fight against it, much to the detriment of the country.
This is true, and the reason they don't understand it is that they never account for human nature into that specific cycle.
Yeah, they also don't think that, they think that it's useless. They think that it's an inhibition. It's a natural adjustment of the economy to changing circumstance. So it serves a valuable purpose to have the business cycle.
Yes.
But they think that inhibits growth because they want growth to be nice, steady, and simple. And people who want things to be simple always gum up the works when things happen to not be. But a politician wants to, say, look at all the jobs we've created. Look how good your economy is. See, I'm doing a good job here. Did he have anything to do with it? Absolutely not. But if you could buy a little bit of that, well, the problem is the only way you buy down the unemployment with a little bit of inflation is you have to lie to people.
Oh, gee,
The way,
a
the way, the,
politician.
the way the economics works is if they're expecting the inflation rate to be 6%, or the interest rates to be 6%,
Hmm.
then they adjust for that. You can't get the decrease in unemployment if your interest rates are set at what they expect. So you have to surprise them with a higher interest rate, and then that causes them to think, oh, wait, I was wrong. There's going to be more. So you have to lie to the business people in order to try to control their behavior to buy down the unemployment.
My question is, how well does lying to business work? I
It
mean,
worked great for 20 years.
but it doesn't anymore.
Well, that's where we create the misery index.
Oh, okay.
Because when Carter was in office, the business people started going, no, they're lying to us. Whatever they say it's going to be higher. And they stopped believing them. So once they started expecting the Federal Reserve to lie to them, because remember, this is the Federal Reserve manipulating the market.
Yes, and it's not federal.
At the behest of the government. But also remember that secret information where you can actually make money off of this other trading of stocks and things because you know what things are really worth as opposed to what they appear to be worth.
Mm-hmm.
So you have your backdoor place where you're making money. So catering to the politicians is just a way for you to make money a little surreptitiously. So you don't mind doing it. It doesn't really bother you. As long as you know what's really going on, you're going to make money. So you're good. But when you lie to people for 20 years, they stop believing you. Eventually. Okay, the American businessman's a little bit slow sometimes.
I just see that there's a problem whereby we're slipping into actually believing it again. You see it with because the quality of education when it has come to business, finance, economics, marketing, all of that has gone down.
Yeah, and
a lot.
that education thing is a whole other month worth of topic.
So now you're seeing people becoming gullible again and actually believing the government. And I'm like, never believe the government. Never. Ever.
What happens was they stopped believing the Federal Reserve, so the inflation rate raising the inflation rate did not buy down unemployment. So you ended up with double-digit unemployment and double-digit inflation.
Wow.
And that's when Reagan, running for office, coined this the misery index, which is a brilliant idea, not because it's simple and people understand it, but also if one of them happened to drop below double digits, the misery index would still stay high. So if the market turned a little bit on them, they couldn't go, see, things are improving. Like, no, we still have a high misery index by combining the two.
Yes. Yeah. I think that was, if I recall correctly, when we had, was it Black Friday back in 88? Was it 88 or 89?
No, I think it was before that. No, you're right. You're right. It would have been, I was in college, so it would have been about 89.
Yeah, me too. We're the same age.
Well, I was thinking, I was talking to somebody the next day, and he was a farmer, and he's like, yeah, I lost $90,000. So what are you going to do? He's like, nothing. It'll be back up.
that was the thing, because, there were a lot of the economics classes, since economics was in the same college that anthropology was in, liberal arts, and it was in the same building. So all of the economy teachers were like giddy because this was the best thing to ever happen to teaching. They have a live teaching moment right now.
Exactly.
Yeah. So everybody was happy And I'm like,
This is why nobody likes
but if you
economists.
listen to the news, we're all gonna, crash and burn, and you guys are happy about this. And I literally had an economics professor, because I had questions. Why is it? Why is this a good thing? And he says, "Don't worry, it'll correct itself." But this is a teaching moment. This is something that we can use for our students because this is going on right now. I don't have to go back
And try to relate it
several
to something 10
decades
years
to
ago.
find something so I can teach it. They're going to experience it live and in person, and this is a good thing. And I was like, okay. And yeah, there was a correction. We didn't slip into a Great Depression again. We did not go through any of that at all. And I remember, I think it was Peter Jennings, or was it Tom Brokaw? One of the two. I always confuse them. But one of the two was actually saying that this could portend the next Great Depression. And yeah, it was pretty.
That
It
sounds
was
like,
Tom Brokaw. It was
I
Tom
was going to
Brokaw.
say, that sounds like Tom Brokaw.
Yeah, and so he was very grave and that and blah 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 and that scared a lot of people, and I did not pay attention to it then, but in retrospect, journalism was already tanked out.
Well, I quit listening to him about 6 years before that. See, President Reagan had a speech he came on, and he said, I listened to the whole speech, and this was when the press was giving the rebuttal.
Yes,
Because they came on
yeah,
afterwards. It wasn't the other party, it was the press that
it
came
was
on
the
and
press that came
yeah.
on. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that distinctly.
And Tom
I
Brokaw said that President Reagan said the exact opposite of what I heard him say. He added the word not, or left out the word not,
hmm
and said President Reagan said exactly the opposite of what I sat there and listened to him say. I'm like, did you listen to the same speech I did?
No,
And
and it
if
it was very problematic.
I wasn't even a teenager, I was 12, and I'm like, okay, if a 12-year-old knows you're lying, all of these adults have to know you're lying.
There
And I quit
were
watching network news right about that time.
Yeah, there were people that were like, even my history teacher in school, she had issues because, and she was liberal. She was very liberal. She was very left. She went to UT. Okay. So she was, but she had a very big issue because she distinctly, one of the things that really upset her was the coverage of the Tet Offensive by Walter Cronkite. And when she was teaching us about that, she said there was the one thing y'all have to pay attention to is how the news is delivered. Don't worry about what they say. Watch how it's delivered because that will tell you if it's a lie or if it's the truth. And I never forgot that. And you're right. I remember that too. Brokaw saying, the exact opposite of what Reagan just said, and of course the Post ran with it. The Dallas Morning News, the Dallas Herald was still around, and they ran with it as well. The Fort Worth Star Telegram was running with it. The Monitor back home, everybody was saying what Tom Brokaw had said, and my dad was incensed because he's like, I literally watched that. That's not what he said. It was on TV. And back then, they would show the entire speech. Nobody
Yeah.
ever cut away. So, yeah, yeah, I didn't watch the speech, but I know exactly what you're talking about because I remember my dad was really pissed. So,
Well, that's the first presidential speech I ever watched, so it kind of stuck with me. But do you know what? We were going back to the Fed and the way the Fed has manipulated the market over the years.
mhm.
This was when Greenspan came in as one of Reagan's first appointees because he just
Oh, yeah.
happened to come in when he had the chairman of the Federal Reserve was his appointee because that's a 10-year term so that it doesn't become political. Kind of. It's not supposed to be political.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I sometimes think it would be better if it was more political because then you at least know what's going on instead of what they're doing in the back doors based on the private bankers' interests.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I'd rather get rid of the Fed. I'd rather have sound currency. But one of the things they did that surprised most of the business people in the country was Reagan did something unheard of for a politician. You know what that was?
What?
He told the truth.
Oh, well, yeah.
In particular, he told the truth about what the Federal Reserve was going to do with interest rates. He said they're going to set it. We talked to this over. We talked to spend. They're going to set it at this. It was like 3% or something. And surprisingly enough, this is when Reagan first came into office. You had 2 years of depression or recession, not depression.
Yes.
A 2-year recession. Why did you have that 2-year recession? Because everybody thought they were lying to them again. So when he said it's going to be this, they didn't believe that, and they behaved as if it was going to be 2% over what they said it was going to be.
And
they made their decisions for that. And they went into this recession and were like, wait a second, it actually is what he said it was going to be. And it took them about 2 years to adjust that, wait a second, the Federal Reserve is not lying to us now.
Not right now.
Right.
For now.
So by the time his 4-year term came around, the economy had recovered. And that's why he won that landslide in that second election.
Yeah, I remember that. I was 10 days too young to vote in that election. I was so mad.
But what brought that election about was the fact that he went through 2 years of pain and people complaining constantly of this Republican recession because he made the Federal Reserve actually do what they said they were going to do.
Right.
That's a novel concept. And it took the country a couple of years to adjust the government telling the truth to them.
Yeah, it was, the 80s were really good.
But that was what kicked it off, is the government being honest for once.
All righty.
You don't think about that. The government becomes honest, therefore we go into a recession. Because in order to fix economic problems, you very often need to go through a readjustment period that's going to be painful.
Yes. And
it's kind of like the $38 trillion in debt that we have in Federal Reserve notes to the Federal Reserve based on interest from the Federal Reserve for borrowing those Federal Reserve notes that I talked about earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One of the conspiracy theories says that the reason Kennedy was killed was because he had issued an executive order for the Treasury to issue silver certificates backed in real silver.
Oh, please don't let me go down a rabbit hole.
It was executive order, was it 01?
You don't have enough time to go down one anyway. You got like a minute.
we rambled a lot. We didn't really get into it in depth as much as I would like, but it's been fun.
We can continue next time. So
where can they find you, Aggie?
Well, you can find me at Aggie the Barkeep over on X, and you can find me this coming Friday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, doing He Said, She Said with our producer, Rick. So how about you?
I am here on Inquiry every other week with, until Elf gets back, a different guest interrogator every month. Aggie is currently doing this. And I'm over on X at Stephen L. Hall. It's a hidden account you can't hardly find. It's
I know, it's like super secret.
You and your pseudonyms, man. You and your pseudonyms.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you all. Thank you, Al. Thank you, Raptor.
All right. G is off, so hang out for a very hastily put together impromptu America Off the Rails coming up in just a couple minutes, so stay tuned. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name is Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
The lights down in the city, say the system's on the ropes, while the same hands that broke it hold your paycheck and your hopes. They'll sell your sweat for silver, call your sacrifice relief, but every drop of truth we bleed writes another line of belief. Freedom isn't free, it's carved in blood and fire and stone. It's the price of stand tall when they tell you to kneel and go home. They can lock up every promise, tax the air we breathe, but they'll never chain the hearts of those who still believe. Cause freedom isn't free. Towers while they fence off your front yard. They wave a flag made out of rules and call obedience smart. They'll brand your voice as danger, they'll mock your faith as greed. But freedom don't need permission, it just needs men who bleed. Freedom isn't free, it's carved in blood and fire and stone. It's the price of standing tall when they tell you kneel and go home. They can lock up every promise, tax the air we breathe, but they'll never change the hearts of those who still believe. Cause freedom isn't free. Freedom isn't free, it's written in red on history's page, a warning to the tyrants and the cowards of the age. They can bury us in silence, but the truth still screams. Freedom isn't free. Freedom isn't free.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
From the halls of power to Main Street lights, we're tracking the shifts
exposing the fights. Truth seekers rising in heartland flame. Ricks calling names and we're joining the game. No filth, just no fear. We pull back the veil when the system rattles. We refuse to pale. America off the rails. Wake up calls and rebel tales. A chain horses.
And welcome into a special Wednesday night edition of America Off the Rails for tax season and weather issues and everything else. And he was off tonight, so I went together real quick while I was pushing buttons for everybody else, because it's not like there is not a shortage of things to talk. Good Lord, like the weeks that I wind up not being able to work seem like the weeks that everything tries to blow up, and then I spend like days upon days upon days trying to get caught back up again. It has been that crazy. But anyway, so here we are. Welcome in America Off the Rails. I am your host, Rick Robinson. We are live, and we are here on KLRNRadio. And normally I do this one supposed to be Monday nights, but lately it's been kind of a pain. And since I started trying to do the daily show on Mondays, so I'm like, this is going back to doing political show and then political show again. So I don't know. I may change up things and move Rails back to Sunday night and Kingdom and Country to Mondays. I haven't decided yet. But that's some behind the scenes shop talk, so we're not going to do much about that today. But because this was one that was put together, this is an hour long of a bunch of developing stories that we're going to be going into a lot of detail with. Of course, you guys have probably heard a lot about this one already, but you haven't heard my take on it yet. So California Congress critter Eric Swalwell is resigning and has resigned from the House of Representatives amid multiple sexual misconduct allegations and an active House Ethics Committee investigation. So for anybody in the House Ethics Committee, I know he's resigned. I don't care. Investigate him anyway. Just saying. So Swalwell, of course, denies the most serious allegations. Notice he says he doesn't deny all of them, just the serious ones, and says his resignation is intended to prevent further distraction as the process continues. But the political fallout has moved faster than the proceedings. So Eric Swalwell was not, at least according to the left, a backbench member of Congress. He was a nationally recognized Democratic lawmaker from California, or as I call it, Commie Failure, known for his role on the House Intelligence Committee and his visibility during major congressional investigations over the past decade. Also well known for letting a huge cloud go on national TV. You guys know what I'm talking about. If you don't, that's not my problem. And, for allegedly banging a Chinese spy. So at various points, he was also seen as part of the party's next generation of statewide political figures. See, it's not just us. We keep putting our hope in the youth, and they keep turning out to be crazy, or they keep latching their wagon onto folks like, Tucker Carlson. And anyway, so the context is part of what makes the resignation significant beyond a single district. The resignation follows multiple public allegations involving several women, which prompted the House Ethics Committee to open a formal investigation. That process carries subpoena authority and the potential for public findings. Once that begins, the political environment changes quite rapidly because it introduces a formal timeline that often runs alongside or ahead of the political defense strategies. So the thing that everybody needs to understand about this was not This was something they sat on for a very long time, and they sat on it on purpose. And they've sat on purpose because they knew this day was coming. They knew there was going to be a time when because trust me, look, at the political level, congressman is below governor. In case you haven't figured that out yet. That's why normally they do a couple runs in the Congress. Then eventually, if they want to go further out and they have more aspirations than that, they'll run for governor in their state, and then they'll either run for Senate for a while if they don't feel like they're ready for president yet, or they'll then run for the presidency. And that's where we are right now, because that's what he was trying to do. That's what his plan was. He wanted to run for office. He wanted to basically be the guy that was going to be the one that everybody wanted to have and everybody needed, and he was going to be awesome. And then because he wasn't any of those things, his whole campaign is imploded. And this is all a real throwback to the whole Pound Me Too movement too. And yes, I said what I said. I am a Gen Xer. I am a kid that grew up calling that thing a pound sign. I know because I do social media a lot, it's now considered a hashtag. I still call it a pound sign most of the time. So I have found the whole pound Me Too movement kind of a little interesting. So anyway, as we continue this conversation point, one of the things that we'll get to here in a little bit is other folks responding to this. And some of the responses may or may not surprise you. We'll be getting into those as we continue along here. All right. Also, before I forget to mention it, the KLRNRadio players are setting sail for Treasure Island, and that is not this coming Friday, but I believe the following Friday. It was supposed to be this Friday, but it didn't work out. So, yeah, Friday the 24th at 8 p.m. Eastern, I believe, is the time. And we're going to be setting sail for Treasure Island. So make sure you guys join us for that. Of course, there will be no he said, she said that night because that's the time frame that we normally do the plays in because it usually works up for everybody. So anyway, again, KLR radio players, Treasure Island, be there. It'll be awesome. I promise. At least if you like guys folks just having fun and don't really take it all too seriously, because we try not to do that. But anyway. We take it seriously, but at the same time, we try not to, if that makes sense. I don't really know any other way to explain it. But in the days leading up to the resignation, pressure intensified from multiple directions. Reports indicated bipartisan calls for resignation or expulsion, a key signal in congressional ethics cases where political survival options narrow quickly, and that not to put too fine a point on it, but when both sides start calling for you to be gone, and your side is calling for it louder than the other one. So House leadership also became a central factor at this stage, weighing institutional risk and reputational exposure. When both parties converge on removal pressure, resignation often becomes the fastest and the most expedient, I guess is another way to put it, exit path. So... So it'll take me a second to get this queued up, but Nancy Pelosi is on record about some of this stuff. So hang on. Is it this one? Thought I had it pulled up. I guess I don't. Hang on. One moment, please. I think I sent one of these to somebody else that I'm doing a show with here in a minute. All right, so let me get this queued up real quick. And of course, Miss Nancy Pelosi has decided to weigh in the middle of this stuff.
Some Republicans and others are saying that Democrats turned kind of a blind eye, that they knew what he was up to.
No, that's
or
not
what
true.
the allegations
That is
were.
absolutely positive. And it's true that they may say that, but it is absolutely not true.
You had no idea?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. I had none whatsoever.
What happens in California now? He was in...
I'm going to back this up for a second because I just want to remind you of one of Gam's nervous habits when she knows she's not being entirely forthcoming. See the lip licking? Well, I'm playing it backwards right now. But I just want you to see this. One, she's not looking at him right now.
None whatsoever.
She says a very important point while not being able to look at him. And then watch this.
I had none whatsoever.
What happens in California
Licking the lips, gums flapping.
now?
See, you can't really see it that well. I'm going to see if I can zoom in on that last part just a little bit to make it enough. Well, I don't know if it'll work. I was going to try, but I don't think it'll work. Nope, it's not changing the size of it. It was worth a shot. But you can kind of see as she continues this discussion, You can notice that she starts fidgeting with her lips quite a bit, with her gum, with her tongue, which is another one of her nervous
He was
habits.
in many of the polls, the leading candidate.
Yes, he was.
That's gone. There's an army of candidates out there. And California has this quirky law, because it's ranked primaries, right? Where you could end up with 2 Republicans on the ballot.
Well, it is.
How does that?
I agree that it is a quirky law. I do not agree that there'll be 2 Republicans at the top.
Right now, game, it actually is 2 Republicans at the top. Now, whether it stays that way, there's a lot of daylight between here and the primary season. But yeah, right now, as far as the polling goes, you have 2 Republicans at the top in commie failure. So, all right. So, keeping the Swalwell narrative going, here's another interesting point that I don't think anybody's really thought of until now. This is again from our friends at Town Hall. This is from Tom Knighton. Swalwell spoke at a gun control gala the evening before one of his alleged rapes occurred. So it's interesting, considering a lot of states are adopting things like stand your ground. Somebody like Swalwell, who apparently is a predator, doesn't want people to have guns. Funny how that usually comes out, isn't it? So anyway, taking this a little bit further, in stand your ground states, you can use a firearm in self-defense when you or someone else is likely to be the victim of a forcible felony where you may well be seriously injured. One of those felonies is rape. And honestly, rapists deserve to be shot. That's the writer's opinion, but it's also mine, just to make sure there's no splitting of hairs here, which makes it kind of obvious why disgraced former Congress critter Eric Swalwell was so anti-gun after all. The allegations against him are serious, to say the least. In addition to sleeping around, having a relationship with Feng Feng, the Bang Bang Chinese spy, we already knew about that one, and sexually harassing staffers. He is accused of several cases of sexual assault, one of which allegedly took place after speaking at a gun control event. And I quote, disgraced Rep. Eric Swalwell allegedly raped a former staffer in New York City after taking the stage at an anti-gun violence gala he attended with the victim, according to the Post. Swalwell and his former aide were guests at the annual Brady Action Awards in Midtown on April 25th, 2024, where the congressman was a guest speaker among other dignitaries, according to sources and a CNN report. Swalwell was listed among the awardees, special guest, and host committee members at the event held at the Ziegfeld Ballroom in Manhattan and hosted by director Judd Apatow. After the Post reached out to the Brady organization seeking comment, the press release listing Swalwell alongside other luminaries, including Senator Chuck Schumer, actor Brady Whitford, and comedian W. Camus Bell, was conspicuously taken offline. Video of the event was also completely scrubbed from the anti-gun advocacy group's YouTube page, which left the streams of the 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2025 events available for viewing as of the time of the writing of this article. So, look, I get it. This is not a good look for them, but the internet is forever. We all know he was there. And now we all know what he allegedly did afterward. Considering both he and his fellow disgraced congressional colleague, Tony Gonzalez, who might be a Republican but was also anti-gun, are good reasons why my current working hypothesis is that the reason a lot of, if not all, male gun control activists want guns restricted is that they figure there's someone awful enough to deserve to get shot. Pretty sure I've said that before. I'm not condoning violence except in self-defense. What I am saying is that it looks like both were awful enough people that they knew someone would likely want to shoot them because of their behavior, even without the possibility of someone wanting to take them out over politics. They likely figured, especially in Swalwell's case, that he'd get shot in self-defense after he tried to sexually assault someone who was armed. Predators tend to prefer disarmed prey, after all. Even without that aspect, though, there's just an irony to him allegedly raping a woman right after a gun control event filled with stars and politicians who think self-defense isn't really a thing. Let's just say that if the first victim had been armed, it's entirely possible that there wouldn't be any more victims afterward. That's how shooting evil criminals works, after all. Just saying. Just saying. So you've got Nancy Pelosi screaming and yelling about how it never happened. They didn't know anything about it. And let me back up for a second, because with as quickly as they were able to get all this stuff put together, there's no way that they didn't know. There's no way that they couldn't have possibly known. Because simply put, for this to have fallen apart as quickly as it did for him means they knew, and they knew for a while, but they were holding it. But they were holding it until they really, really needed it, because they don't like him any more than we like him. And that should tell you something. And the same folks that are taking victory laps right now because, well, see, when Democrats realize one of their politicians has a problem, they deal with it, and Republicans just let it slide. You guys remember the allegations of Biden? What about Bill Clinton? Y'all really shouldn't be throwing stones from that particular glass house. I'm sorry, Zelda, I couldn't see you there, but thanks for letting me know that you're here. As far as annoying me, that's kind of your built-in thing, so I'm kind of getting used to it now, so it's okay. He's all right. He's all right. He's all right. So back to this a little bit. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has also been asked about whether she had prior knowledge of the allegations before they became public. And of course, you just heard her response. Of course, Pelosi denied having prior awareness of misconduct allegations before the media reported it. She later described Swalwell's resignation as the appropriate outcome, given the seriousness of the situation and the Ethics Committee investigation. This highlights a recurring dynamic in congressional scandals, the gap between internal leadership awareness and rapidly emerging public reporting. And I also don't necessarily, even though that does appear to be a recurring dynamic, I don't necessarily agree that dynamic exists in the first place, because trust me, they probably know. So in cases like this, resignation is often less about legal resolution and more about controlling the process, because the alternatives are slower and more public. The alternatives include things like formal hearings, public testimony, evidence disclosure, potential expulsion proceedings. Resignation compresses the timeline and ends the immediate institutional crisis. Beyond this individual case, a broader pattern is emerging across U.S. politics. Candidates and elected officials are increasingly being scrutinized for past statements, digital footprints, and resurfaced online activity. Across both parties, the cycle is becoming familiar. Old content resurfaces, public reaction intensifies, campaigns respond, political pressure escalates rapidly. This is reshaping how campaigns are run and how quickly political viability can change. And while Washington deals with another high-profile resignation, a second major pressure point is developing on the global stage, where military posture, economic sanctions, and energy security are all converging around Iran. And hang on, I don't think I'm looking at the right version of my notes, because we missed something. Hang on. So yeah, we'll get to Iran after the break, because we're about to take one. But there was a bit of another point I wanted to make, because there's another thing that's happening kind of in never mind. I guess that was actually the end of that one. Sorry, I thought there could have swore there was another bit there. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. I'm going to load something different for the break than one that most everybody's heard before, so it'll take me a second to get it queued up. Because I actually forgot we put this one out, and I am in the process of getting it disseminated. It'll be out in a couple of weeks. I kind of forgot about this one. I got so busy doing everything else. I forgot about our new song we put out a couple weeks ago, and I forgot it existed. But here we go. We'll be right back. My name's Rick Robinson. You are listening to America Off the Rails. We're going to take a quick break and come right back and finish things up. Stay tuned.
They tried to quench the fire, drown it all in chains, tried to break our will and wash away our names, but every spark they buried only fed the flame. Now the cry of freedom's roaring through the rain. Hear the cry of freedom on the winds of change. Every voice united, breaking every chain. We were born to stand and never bow again. Let the fire of liberty forever reign. Forever reign. Now the walls are shaking from the battle cry. Truth is rising to the sky. Every soul that ever felt the weight of chains feels the fire of freedom in their veins. No more chains, no more lies. Hear the thunder as we rise. Freedom's call won't be denied. Now the fire burns worldwide. Hear the cry of freedom on the winds of change. Every voice united, breaking every chain. We were born to stand and never bow again. Let the fire of liberty forever reign. Let the fire of liberty forever reign.
And welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. Again, you are listening to the America Off the Rails show, live right here on KLRNRadio.com. My name is Rick Robinson. I'm the general manager around here. Also, host and co-host of many of the offerings here. Also, the news director for Digital Beacon US News. Now, speaking of news stories, there's a story that just came across my feed, so we're definitely going to talk about it because it's local to here. So this is from our friends over at News 4. Oklahoma. This is from Oklahoma City channel KFOR. Newly released courtroom documents obtained by News 4 go into the following regarding a suspect in Tuesday's Pauls Valley High School shooting. Studied the Columbine school shooting and tried to shoot multiple students before shooting Principal Kirk Moore. The documents say his gun also malfunctioned multiple times, allowing students time to escape the building. According to the arrest affidavit for 20-year-old Victor Lee Hawkins, Hawkins walked into the main entrance of the high school at 2:19 p.m. on April 7th, carrying two loaded semi-automatic pistols. Investigators say Hawkins entered the school, pointed his gun, and yelled for everyone to get on the ground. Hawkins then pointed a gun at a student in the foyer and attempted to shoot, but the gun malfunctioned and did not fire. The affidavit also says Hawkins then stepped behind a vending machine to clear the malfunction. Investigators say the shooter, because I'm not going to say his name anymore, then came back out and pointed his weapon at another student and fired a shot. The affidavit continued to say that the student put his hands in the air and asked the shooter not to shoot him. The document says the shooter then lowered his gun. He told both students, whom he had just attempted to shoot, to leave the scene. The students immediately ran out of the school's front entrance. At this point, the affidavit says Principal Kirk Moore ran into the lobby to investigate the gunfire. It says Hawkins fired one of his guns. The shooter fired one of his guns as Moore came out of his office. Investigators say Moore confronted the shooter, and the shooter shot him in his right leg. According to the affidavit, Moore then wrestled with Hawkins on a bench in the foyer and was able to remove the shooter's pistol from his hand. It says Moore and the school's assistant principal then lay on top of the shooter until law enforcement arrived. The affidavit says the shooter later admitted to bringing the firearms into the school in an interview with Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigations investigators. Trying to say that sentence twice fast. But yeah, so the stuff even happens here, folks. The difference is we have badass principals that get shot and still take out the perpetrators. Just saying. Just saying. All right, so that just came across my feed, so we definitely had to talk about it. All right, so let's get back into this because, of course, we have to talk about the Iran situation. And there's lots of stuff going on with the Iran stuff, and we're going to spend quite a bit of time on that for the next few minutes. So the situation is evolving into a high-stakes confrontation involving military positioning, economic pressure, and global energy markets. At the center of the crisis is the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical oil transit routes, and it's not going to be for much longer because everybody's figuring out how to get away from that. And in recent developments, that corridor has become both a strategic and economic flashpoint. U.S. Central Command has implemented expanded maritime enforcement actions involving Iranian ports and shipping access. Officials describe this as part of a broader pressure strategy targeting Iran's ability to move goods and generate revenue through maritime trade. Now, why this is important before I go into too much further detail on this is Iran's currency is already bottoming out. Iran's people are already starting to feel the pressure of everything that this regime is doing to them. Now, let's not forget, even though it's not being talked about very often, that there are starting to be clashes between everyday average Iranians and IRGC troops and IRGC security forces, even though they're only being talked about a little bit because you can't really see them that often because the internet's always out. So officials describe this as part of a broader pressure strategy, of course, targeting Iran's ability to move goods and generate revenue through maritime trade. At the same time, the Strait of Hormuz remains under intense focus due to its global importance for energy transport. Even limited disruptions in this region can affect global oil markets within hours. U.S. officials describe the current phase as part of an expanded sanctions and enforcement campaign. Remember, we had Epic Fury first. Now we're into Operation Economic Fury, which is what they're kind of tongue-in-cheek calling it these days. This includes ending temporary waivers on Iranian oil shipments, expanding secondary sanctions on foreign financial institutions, increasing pressure on international banks tied to Iranian energy trade. The goal, according to officials, is to constrain Iran's financial and export capacity through coordinated global pressure. And then, of course, we have the Strait of Hormuz, which for a lot of folks, and what Iran was really hoping was that this was going to be a global flashpoint and that people would get irritated at us because of their disruption in oil. What Iran didn't really count on is a lot of folks are tired of their crap, and they're starting to figure out how to do away with their reliance on this particular strait. But at least for now, any disruption in this corridor immediately impacts global oil prices, shipping costs, insurance markets, and energy supply chains. Iran has also restricted or disrupted traffic in response to escalating pressure, further increasing volatility in global markets. So former and current President Donald Trump has stated that the Strait of Hormuz has been reopened following Iranian restrictions, framing the development as part of a broader diplomatic and economic outcome. However, Iran seems to be disputing this point a bit, and there was a bit of a touchy subject when it was brought to the administration's attention that Iran may or may not have been charging tolls. He also described discussions involving Chinese leadership related to regional stability and energy flows, including assurances regarding reduced military support to Iran. These statements add a political dimension to the crisis, linking U.S.-Iran tensions with global or broader global power dynamics currently involving China. Energy markets have already reacted to the instability in the region. Even temporary disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz can and have led to rising global oil prices, increased fuel costs, and supply chain volatility. Now, this is where we are. Iran is hoping that if they can keep this pressure up long enough, that the American people will get pissed off about their gas prices and say leave the regime alone, which is exactly what the Democrats are hoping for. The Democrats are hoping this becomes their spoiler for the midterms, because in case you haven't noticed, the entire Democratic Party is a raging dumpster fire. You've got Mamdani, who now has basically told everybody, hey, there may or may not be free buses, but if there are, it won't be until next year. You've got, and we'll be getting into some of this later, I've got a story coming up here in a little bit about his newest idea for city-run grocery stores, that already the numbers aren't. The math isn't mathing, but we'll get back to that in a minute. But this is why the situation is being closely monitored as far as the Iranian stuff, because it's not just a regional conflict, but as a global economic risk event. Despite escalation and pressure, U.S. officials continue to signal that diplomacy remains possible. The current approach is described as dual track: maximum economic and military pressure, continued openness to negotiation. This creates a highly unstable equilibrium where pressure and diplomacy operate simultaneously. And while global tensions continue to build, a third major debate is unfolding here at home, focused not on war or politics, but on the role of government in everyday economic life. Now, you may have heard me talk about things like this on this show and others that I do before. This whole, centralization idea they have, whole central planning, and how this is some of the new communist buzzwords. Because if they can get things planned on a more central level, then that means they have the ability to control where the planning is happening and who's in charge of it, because it's right in their backyard. Now, here is, again, on top of Mamdani promising folks that there were going to be free buses, and now apparently there aren't. Although, remember, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Somebody's always paying for it. But he has also pitched the idea of city-run grocery stores. So it's his proposal centers on. This centers on a proposal tied to Mayor Zoran Mamdani, involving city-operated grocery stores designed to provide lower-cost food options in underserved areas. The proposal has sparked a wider ideological debate about how far government should go in directly participating in consumer markets. According to the proposal, the concept involves publicly operated grocery stores aimed at reducing food prices by removing traditional private sector costs, such as rent and profit margins. Now, one of the ways they say they're going to get past the whole rent problem is they're going to build these stores on land and property that is already owned by the city. However, the implementation timelines suggest a multi-year rollout with early pilot locations not expected to open until 2027 or later. And right now he has proposed, I believe it was $600 million as the budget for these city-owned grocery stores. His first one, which is the one that is expected to roll out in 2027, is going to eat up half of that budget. Now, I know the bean counters are telling him, well, once we get it started and everybody's using it, then we can take the money from that and put it back in, and we'll have more money to build the rest of the stores. Except that's not how this works. That's not how any of this has ever worked. The proposal has, of course, become a flashpoint in a broader national argument. Should government step in directly when markets are seen failing to provide affordability? The problem with that is this has been tried before. Remember when nobody could afford to go to college? So the governor decided to make college more affordable by offering programs that allowed you to get government money so that you could use the government's money if you were qualified for it to go to school. And what happened to the prices? What happened to the quality of the education? They've all gone downhill. So the idea of the government stepping in directly in areas where markets are supposedly failing to provide affordability is a stupid idea. It never works. The scariest thing about all this for me is the rest of the world seems to be trying to move away from communism while we're trying to move headlong into it. Because we always seem to be the ones that figure shit out too late anymore. We used to be the innovators. We used to be the leaders. We used to be the ones that said, hey, try this freedom thing. It's great. Now it's like, maybe we should let them control us. So, should government step in directly when things aren't affordable or when there's supposed, what do they call it? Food deserts? Or does direct government operation risk inefficiency and long-term dependency on public funding? If you don't understand anything else, take that last sentence to heart, because this is going to create long-term dependency on public funding. I'm going to use something else that everybody's going to understand: toll roads. Everybody remember the entire concept of toll roads eventually was, hey, the government can't afford to build these extra roads that we need to be able to allow for congestion relief. So what we're going to do is we're going to build all these roads, and then for a certain amount of time, we're going to charge you a toll until we recoup the cost of what it took to build those roads. And then we're going to make them free for everybody to use, just like everything else. Except what happened? That isn't what happened. That isn't what happened. And now that they don't even have most people stopping and, counting out change for exact change for their tolls, they just keep raising the tolls because now they just scan your plate. And if you don't have one of their handy dandy little pass things that let you go through and charge an account, you get a bill in the mail that says, hey, you owe $5 for your toll trips the other day. I remember when toll roads were 50 cents. Now the cheapest I've seen them anywhere, $1.25 one way. It's funny how that works. So critics of these kind of things point to several concerns: high startup and operating costs. Remember, we talked about this already. Remember, the first store, which isn't even slated to open until 2027, is already going to take up half of their budget for the entire, I believe it was a total of 6 stores that they were planning on creating. Long implementation timelines. Remember, this first one that is going to eat up half the budget doesn't even open for a little over a year at this point. Complexity of grocery logistics and supply chains. Because remember, even though it's government run, they still have to deal with all the other stuff going on with the private sectors. So wherever you get those supplies from, be it China, Bolivia, think about coffee, for example. We don't really have anywhere around here that grows coffee. The closest we have is all the way over in Hawaii. And because it's Hawaiian, they like their coffee and they like to charge you for it. So we have risk of ongoing public subsidy requirements, because that's going to be a thing, and it will always be a thing, because when the stores don't hit their targets, then they're going to be going back to the city going, we need more money to be able to keep stuff on the shelves. And eventually it's going to be, do we give them more money or are the shelves empty, which eventually means the stores are going to close. This isn't an isolated debate, however. Across the country, governments are increasingly exploring direct intervention models in areas like housing, transportation, and now food distribution, which raises a broader question. Where's the boundary between market systems and public responsibility? While still in the early stages, the proposal has already become symbolic of a larger ideological divide in the American economics policies. One side sees government as a necessary stabilizer. The other side sees markets as the most effective long-term mechanism for delivery and efficiency. Because they are. Everything the government touches eventually dies. It may take some time. Of course, there will be some bailouts. There will be, if you just look. Remember, if you need any idea of how this government-run grocery store stuff is probably going to work, just look at the Abominable Care Act. Remember when that was supposed to save us all kinds of money? Remember when if you liked your doctor, you were supposed to get to keep your doctor? Funny how that never really shaped up the way they thought it was going to, though, huh? All right, so back around to the whole Middle East thing on the way out the door. Don't forget, I'll be hanging out with Gene Baradelli and a special guest co-host for Behind the Enemy Lines here in just a minute. And then after that, it'll be Rick and Orty for the closing act here on KLRNRadio before we head over into SHR Media territory for our friends over at Edge of Liberty, hosted by Sean Lewis. But this one is by R.C. Maxwell, and there is apparently some other stuff happening behind the scenes. So with American warships tightening a naval blockade off Iran and global attention fixed on the Persian Gulf, the Pentagon this week quietly executed a significant move in the Indo-Pacific, announcing a major defense cooperation partnership with Indonesia that underscores its and the Trump administration's focus on counterbalancing future Chinese aggression. The partnership will elevate bilateral military ties between the two countries in the Strait of Malacca as American forces enforce a naval blockade in the Persian Gulf. When asked about the deal's impact on the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific, a Department of War official told Red State that the agreement was an America First defense partnership. The framing emphasizes the Pentagon's execution of the Trump administration's embrace of flexible realism, ensuring the United States does not become complacent in the face of China's rising power by actively reinforcing key choke points and strategic partnerships. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has long been one of the most vocal China hawks in Trump's cabinet. In his 2020 book, American Crusade, Hegseth repeatedly described Communist China as literally the villains of our generation and warned that if we don't stand up to Communist China now, we will be standing for the Chinese anthem someday. He's not wrong there, by the way. This partnership reflects the translation of Hegseth's worldview into policy by denying future opportunities for Chinese aggression in the Indonesian island chain. Critics in the establishment media, including recent pieces in the Washington Post and the New York Times, have argued that the Trump administration's focus on the Iranian blockade has diverted resources and attention from Asia, suggesting the long-promised pivot to counter China is once again faltering. Those attacks have now been proven premature as the Pentagon continues to methodically strengthen its position in the Indo-Pacific. And this goes back to another point that I've been trying to make for quite a while now, that the media, the Democrats, and half of the country don't seem to understand. We now actually have an administration that is capable of doing more than one thing at a time, and it's biting them all in the butt. So in Jakarta, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and his Indonesian counterpart announced the pact that establishes three core pillars: military modernization and capacity, building professional military education and training facilities, and expanded joint exercises and operational cooperation. It places particular emphasis on maritime security, subsurface operations, and special forces collaboration, areas directly critical to safeguarding critical sea lanes. A separate but parallel effort is currently underway to secure blankets overflight access for U.S. military aircraft through Indonesian airspace. The arrangement still under negotiation would significantly improve American surveillance and rapid response capabilities over the Strait of Malacca, which carries roughly 40% of global seaborne trade and the overwhelming majority of China's energy imports from the Middle East. A Department of War official said Secretary Hegseth's leadership was critical to advancing this agreement, and this elevated partnership reflects decades of cooperation and a shared commitment to peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. The official added the deal illustrates that long-term competition with Beijing remains a central organizing principle for U.S. defense planning, despite the demands of the Iranian port blockade. All right, so there you have that. And then one more quick hit on the way out the door, because I thought this was interesting. I'm going to see if I can find the images of it again. Hang on. Where did you go? Oh, it looks like there's some stuff I may be bringing up on Friday because I just found more stuff. Like apparently there are 6 Republicans that have just voted to advance with Democrats the temporary protected status of Haitians for 3 more years. So I'll probably definitely be getting into that on Friday. Sotomayor's apparently apologized to Kavanaugh. We may get into a little bit more of that on Friday. And where did you go? I thought that was on this one. Anyway, so I don't get to pull the cool picture up, but I just read something that I thought was absolutely amazing. So you guys remember the B-2? Apparently its replacement, the prototype of its replacement, has officially rolled off the assembly line and has been shown to be flying in shakedowns, and it's the B-21. And it's a bad mamma jamma. We may actually get into a little bit more of that on Friday too. Because there, like I said, there's a lot of news and a lot of things that I wanted to get caught up on, but there's been too much to cram into the hour. Now remember, these are the things that they say never happen, but here we go. So this is again from our friends over at Red State. This is Ward Clark. He just put it out just a few minutes ago. And Democrats, when election integrity is on the table, always insist that there's no need for any measures like voter ID or the Save America Act to make sure that non-citizens don't vote in American elections because it never happens. Well, it almost never happens. It happens, but it's very rare. And yet, it keeps happening. The latest such incidents comes to you and to us from Minnesota, where a non-citizen is facing felony charges for voting feloniously in the 2024 election. A man in Minnesota is facing felony charges after being accused of registering their vote and then voting in the 2024 election, despite not being a citizen of the United States. You know, the thing they say can't ever really happen because we have so many safeguards already. Okay, so I'm going to take a stab at this name just because it's probably worth some entertainment value for me trying. Mukeshkumar Samalaha Chaudhary, 39, was charged with perjury and a voting violation on Monday after authorities say they obtained records showing he submitted a ballot in the 2024 election after registering to vote in 2023. That was, of course, according to Fox 9 out of Minneapolis. Authorities say that Chaudhary denied he voted at first when interviewed, but later claimed he made a mistake and admitted to voting while also telling investigators he is not a U.S. citizen. His immigration status is not stated, but this is Minnesota, so anything goes. His being able to obtain a driver's license would normally imply that he is in the country legally. Signed into law in 2023 by, you guessed it, Governor Jazz Hands Tim Walz. But again, Chaudhary's immigration status is not known. What is known is that he somehow was registered to vote, which wouldn't have happened if the Save America Act were in place, which requires verification of citizenship to register. He was able to vote, which again would not have happened if the Save America Act was in place, which requires prospective voters to identify themselves before casting a ballot. How many more reasons do we need to get the Save America Act passed and signed by President Trump? Minnesota Republicans were quick to pounce on this. State Rep Pam Altendorf, a Republican, called out Minnesota Democrats in a post on X for 3 specific actions that she said have weakened election safeguards and invited scrutiny: loosening election laws of 2023 and 2024, issuing driver's licenses to non-citizens, and creating a 46-day voting season during which the state mass mailed voter registration cards and absentee ballots. In other words, Minnesota's election integrity ain't got no integrity. It has holes you could drive a semi through, or maybe even an Iowa-class battleship. But according to Democrats, these things are never a problem until they are. The numbers shouldn't matter, though. If even one person votes illegally, it's the same as if 1 million people vote illegally. Why? Here's why. And I'm going to tell you. There's a matter of principle involved. Principles are pretty strict. If a thing is wrong, it is wrongness. Its wrongness is not related to scale. If it's wrong for people to paint their noses blue, then it's wrong whether everyone in town paints their noses blue or just your nutty neighbor, Caden Quincy Scuzzlefoot, does it. If voting illegally is wrong, it's wrong no matter whether it's one person doing it or thousands. The Save America Act has to get passed and signed into law, or this kind of thing will just keep happening. Yeah. Gird your loins, fellers. Leader Thune, Speaker Johnson. It's time to get her done. It's definitely time to get her done. All right, so we're gonna get out of here. Don't forget, I do have Edge of Liberty coming up next. And I'm sorry, not Edge of Liberty, Behind the Enemy Lines coming up next. So I hope everybody has a great rest of your night. Make sure you hang out with us. I'll be working till roughly midnight my time, I guess, ish, somewhere around there. I think, 11ish, somewhere around there. Anyway, and want to thank everybody for hanging out in the chat. I apologize. I have not been paying much attention to that because I was too busy focusing on my notes because I was putting this all together while I was producing for everybody else because Mother Nature is a whore. From Oklahoma and the mothership, my name is Rick Robinson. Hope everybody enjoys the rest of your night. We're going to go out with this one again just because it gives me time to get Gene squared away. So actually we're not because I need to do this instead. So we're going to go out with this one because this means I can change screens and not screw anything up. So bye, everybody.
They say it's only real if somebody remembers. They say your legacy is only real if they can point and say that's him. If the room goes quiet when I walk in, if my shadow's longer than my sin, numbers climbing, names on screens, always craving accolades and needing to be seen. If they don't see me, I don't matter. If I'm not winning, what's the use? I gotta leave something carved in stone, something louder than the truth I know. Cause silence feels too close to death, and being forgotten scares me most. The world says it only matters if they see me, if they know my name, if I'm up in lights. I gotta burn it so they remember before the darker night claims the light. I gotta make a mark before the lights go dark. Yeah, I gotta make a mark before the lights go dark. My name, don't let me fade away. I watch the faithful go unnoticed, hands so dirty from the work they never chase. Recognition, always walking in faith. Every prayer said in the shadows, every choice nobody praised. They weren't building monuments to fame, just kneeling to pray. Even when it was tough to stay, I felt the weight of what I wanted and the cost of what it took. I was chasing something empty while the answer overlooked. Told and God alone knows. I chase the crowd just to feel complete. I measure worth by clout, by those surrounding me. But there's only one name that matters.
And you are now back behind enemy lines. And what a day for you to be here, because man, oh man, the news has been popping about Eric Swalwell. Sorry, I keep doing that. You're going to have to keep me in check on that, guys, as you come in. I'm Gene Bardelli. As you know, joining me as a special guest tonight, great filling co-host. You can see him checking himself out on the screen there, looking really fine. My good friend James Bostic from a conservative perspective. James, thanks for jumping on with me tonight. We got a big show to talk about here with Eric Swalwell's continued downfall. It's going to be great.
Well, thanks for bringing me in, Gene. It's been a while. It's good to see you, and I'm really excited about being here.
As always, it will be a battle of the accents between us, and it'll be a lot of fun for our listeners to hear the differences. We got people coming into the chat right now. I see CG Discussion in the chat saying, hey. I see Matt Lofton in the chat saying, hey. Good evening to you guys. Glad you're here with us. If you're coming into the chat, definitely let us know. Throw up a little hand wave and all that stuff. But I see the third member of our team coming on right now. Let's give him his usual welcome.
We're waiting.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next?
I was going to say that was not the normal intro, but I kind of like it.
That's the right button for Rick Robinson. How you doing, bro?
I was going to say that was not the normal intro, but I kind of like it.
I know. I kind of like. I'm going to do it in combination now. I think that's what I'm going to do. Good to have you on, man. Before we get the show going, obviously people coming into the chat right now, stopping in to say hey and what's going on. We both had some pretty unusual occurrences today, James. Listen to this from between me and Rick. So right before the show, I get home, usually an hour before the show starts, gives me time to do show prep and whatever. A bird flies into my house, like a sparrow flies in, and had to figure out how to get it out of the house. Took about 10 minutes to do so, but then I was just frantically going.
My misadventure started last night. We had tornadoes in the area, and of course I live in the country, so we lost power at about 2 a.m. And I got my misadventure started last night. We had tornadoes in the area, and of course I rented a room, took my country, so we lost power at about 2 a.m. and I got up this morning and it's long enough to pick her up. Then went back to the hotel, so and then rented a room right after I had gone ahead and paid to extend. And then we came because they were like, checkout time was supposed back to the hotel. I don't have any power, and then for one more day. Right after I had gone ahead, right after I started telling everybody, I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything tonight. I guess they were like, checkout time was supposed to. I was like, dude, I don't have any power, so I'll just pay for one more day. Sure everything's working. And then right after I started telling everybody, I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything tonight, I get the notification that our power is back on. So I'm frantically packing the kids up and running home and making sure everything's working. But here we are.
Fantastic. What a day for all of us. And meanwhile, James, you probably just had a nice ho-hum day, right?
Yeah, it was pretty nice, actually. It was beautiful. It was about 80 degrees.
You know what, guys?
I was going to say,
we may have had some bad days, but nobody had a worse day than Eric Swalwell. And you can say that for the past 5 days or so. For those of you who've been
I was going to say, about a week now.
It started Friday, so we're almost at a week. But for anybody who's been living under a rock, there have been some allegations made against the now ex-congressman, now withdrawn candidate for governor of the Democratic Socialist Republic of California. And the man's whole world has come crashing down. Eric Swalwell, James, currently having a week of hell in his life.
Oh, yeah. I knew a long time ago that this guy could never, ever be trusted. And here's when it was. Do you remember, and this is going back early in his career, back in Trump's first term, he was on like a Zoom interview, a panel interview, I think maybe on Sean Hannity or somebody, it doesn't really matter. And he farted, and then he lied about it. You guys remember? Now, just being me, if I had that opportunity, I would have owned it immediately, because there are people in my constituency that would look at me as a demigod at that point for doing. But he lied, and it wasn't even a big deal. He lied over. He said, well, I was excited, or I was nervous, and I didn't mean to do it, and I'm very sorry, and I'll try not to fart anymore when I go on TV.
Yes,
but he didn't do it. He stuck with his story. He lied, said it wasn't him. He obfuscated. He moved around.
He
And
clearly
if you're
didn't
going to do
read
that,
Ben
you're going to, if you
Franklin's
lie about
proudly.
farting, you'll lie about anything.
Yeah, don't hold it in
What's
and
that?
feel the pain.
Well, to be
I
fair,
said,
he
don't
wrote
hold it in
under a
and
pen
feel the
name.
pain.
So.
Let it out and deal with the shame. I mean, Ben Franklin wrote a pamphlet called "Fart
Oh.
Proudly," right?
Well, to be fair, he wrote it under a pen
And he
name.
could have.
So.
He had a golden opportunity.
Well, this is a little worse than that lie. It turns out that multiple women have made allegations of unwanted personal contact, other misconduct, words I can't use here on YouTube, even though we're on other platforms as well. But yeah, this man's goose was cooked, Rick, faster than anyone else I've seen in a very long time. We went from Friday having the allegations and denials, Saturday, more news coming out about a Brazilian nanny that's an illegal immigrant paid with campaign funds, allegedly, to then that Sunday night,
Okay.
withdrawing from the
you and I have been doing this for a while, so the speed with which this developed tells me that
Congress.
these are things that certain members of his party have had access to. Well, you and I have been doing this for a while, so the speed with which this developed tells me that these are things I have never certain members of his party have had access to for a while, and they were waiting for the perfect time to let them fly. Because I have never seen anybody's career implode that fast. Never.
I'm with you on that. Let's go to Matt Lofton here in the chat. Eric Swalwell tried to tell the Democrats he was bulletproof. He was going to run for governor, and the Democrats didn't take too kindly to it. They bucked him, or probably some other word he wanted to use, for going against the grain. So I'm not so sure about that, but I appreciate the comment. We got Roscoe Harden 23. Thanks for joining us. I think this is your first time here, at least the first comment I've seen. Hope you like it. Hope everybody's hitting the thumbs up button. Hope you stick around long enough to subscribe. Dems had it all worked out. If he would have stayed in Congress, they would have let him keep going, but he was in the way in the California gov race.
Absolutely.
That seems to be a consensus growing in the chat. Here's why I'm not so sure about that, because when it comes to state races like this, there is a national concern because you're in Congress and you're dealing with national issues. He has a high profile. And then there's your state constituency there and people that you deal with more regularly. There was a billionaire who wanted to run for governor in California. I forget his name now. I always forget his name. No, well, Tom Steyer's in, but there was another one named Stephen. I forget his name, but I believe it's going to be in this clip right here. I'm blanking on his name. It's a funny last name. CEO of Diamond Resorts. He was running back in November until he decided to withdraw and throw his support behind Eric Swalwell. Take a look at this clip and you'll see what I'm talking about here. His name will pop up and then it'll pop into my head.
No, I was blown away.
Klubeck.
Yeah, that's the guy right there. He was blown away, Klubeck. That's his reaction now. But back in November, this is what he was saying.
To make. I do. And if you remember, from day one, I let everyone know that I didn't intend to get in this race. And I interviewed every single candidate, and I could not find one that was qualified. So I decided to jump in myself. And I've worked with great leaders in the past, creating the Tourism Department of the United States, working with Barack Obama, and working with President Clinton, and educated by my adopted dad, Harry Reid. So I know great leaders. I couldn't find one.
All right, calm the hell down there. Great leaders like Harry Reid, the man who nuked the filibuster, and the Democrats have been regretting it ever since. But sure, let's let him go on.
But when Eric jumped in the race, we sat and talked. And Eric's a man of integrity, a man of character, values, and a great leader. And he'll be a great leader of this wonderful country, the state of California. And I'm happy to say tonight that I'm going to merge my campaign into his and give him all the hard work that I've worked on and let him take it forward and cheer him on
So you're dropping out of the race.
I am dropping out of the race and supporting Eric Swalwell.
Okay.
As the next governor of California, and he will be the greatest leader of this great state, California.
Well, before you take this guy off
Now
the
let's
screen,
fast
I just
forward
want to point out if
to
you age Don
what
Stark by
happened
about
in the
15
past
years, you
week.
get this guy.
This is a report. Go ahead.
Before you take this guy off the screen, I just want to point out if you age Don Stark by about 15 years, you get this guy. Just saying.
You know what? I didn't see it. Now I see it. Absolutely. Actually,
You're
it's
welcome.
kind of like if I don't know if Swalwell lost, gained weight, got older, lost his hair a little bit, they could be father and son too. But be that as it may, this is reporting from a local station in California as well, getting Klubeck's reaction to the news of Eric Swalwell and his entire downfall and the fallout coming right now.
Interview with Stephen Klubeck. At one point, he was running for governor of California, but he dropped out to endorse Eric Swalwell, a decision he clearly regrets. Did you suspect this at all?
No, I was blown away.
A political explosion.
Like blown away.
Billionaire Stephen Klubeck, once a major donor and supporter of Eric Swalwell, now publicly turning on him with rage.
Mad.
Amid sexual assault allegations.
I am no longer a Democrat. I'm now a libertarian Republican.
It was so bad for Klubeck. He said, F these Democrats. And according to Red Team Go 1277, California, well, actually, I wanted to get the comment before that, but we'll get to that one as well. More Democrat ARPists. What a surprise. You know what? I'm not going to paint with that broad of a brush. I get Red Team Go. I get what side you're on here. There are buffoons on both sides. There are bad people on both sides. They just happen to get this one, in my opinion. But we'll get to that discussion in a little while. And I want to get to this one as well from same chatter. Red Team Go. California doesn't care. They would have still voted for him. They love scammers and PDFs. Certainly an opinion that you can say as well. I'm sure, and Democrats say that about Republicans because they say the same thing about Trump. James, what do you think about this guy, Stephen Klubeck? Frankly, I want to reach out to him, see if he wants to sponsor a show.
You know what? He would be everybody who didn't know about this. Of all those people, this guy has gone, I think, to the greatest length. He's not only throwing Swalwell under the bus, he's sitting up straight. And you had made a post about this the other day, and everybody knew almost from the beginning. Everybody in DC knew, Republicans and Democrats. CNN knew for close to 10 years. The media knew. The Hollywood people knew. Everybody knew, but they want to sit up straight and clutch at their pearls, and they're all shocked and appalled to find out that there's gambling going on in this establishment. And he went the furthest because not only did he throw this guy under the bus and disavow him, he disavowed all Democrats everywhere by renouncing his tribe membership to the Democrats. So, but again, he's not fooling me. At least I think all these guys knew about it and they didn't care. The only reason they cared about this was because Tom Steyer is their guy. I really do think that's what it is. And they want to narrow the field. They want to eliminate confusion. And the Democrats have a machine, a canceling machine that is like none other. And I think what we've seen right now with Eric Swalwell is the best example of how quickly they can bring this particular weapon to bear on somebody who is in the way. And it's worked better this time than I think I've ever seen it work.
I don't know. I'm getting kind of tired of saying I told you so. I just say check the archives because I have recorded evidence of everything that I've said that I've been proven right about over. I don't know. I'm getting kind of tired of saying I told you so. Anyway. I just say check the archives because I have recorded evidence of everything that I've said that I've been proven right about over and over and over again. So yeah. Anyway,
I was giving you a moment to gloat, but if you don't want to gloat, we'll go back to the interview.
And I go back to the
because
interview.
that's what a blue dog Democrat used to be.
A lot has been said about me today through anonymous allegations.
Swalwell posting this video Friday from Klubeck's Beverly Hills mansion, pushing back.
These allegations of sexual assault are flat false.
But since then, the fallout has only intensified. The Democratic frontrunner for California governor dropping out of the race, resigning from Congress, and being kicked out of Klubeck's home.
And I said, pal, you busted the trust. I'm disappointed and disgusted. Get the out of here.
Now, a political scramble with 2 Republicans and 7 Democrats all fighting for the top 2 spots in June's primary.
I am horrified by what's been alleged.
There are still survivors who are waiting for some justice.
Rushing to pick up Swalwell's supporters. How does this impact the race for governor in California?
It creates a void that Democrats haven't been able to figure out in the last 6 months, and they're going to have to figure out probably in the next 6 days.
A former senior communications advisor for Swalwell tells Fox 11 they're horrified over the allegations, adding, "We were lied to by someone we trusted to lead the state."
I just noticed Ross Galloway's in the chat with us. Asshole. Whatever. It was an inside job. He slept with a Chinese spy while on the Intel committee and wasn't thrown out. Now that 2 Republicans are in the lead in California's dumbass primary system, he got to go.
No, I mean, that's exactly what I've been saying. For
I may
all
be
of
mad
this
at him
to
for
have
not
come
making the show 'cause he's got
about as
personal things going
quickly
on
as it
in
did,
his
this
soul,
is stuff that
but
they've been sitting on
he's
for a
not
while.
wrong, Rick.
And I've been saying for years that No, he I mean, should have that's been exactly ousted what I've after been Fang saying. Fang. So the For fact that all he of wasn't this just to have proved to come me about as quickly as it did, this is stuff that they've been sitting on for a while. There was a story and I I've been meant to saying send for you earlier, years and I that he forgot. should have been ousted after But Fang there Fang. So the is fact that he wasn't just proved to me. There's an insinuation now. There was a story I meant to send you earlier, and I forgot. Flipping when it came to open borders was because he was being blackmailed about all the stuff that everybody knew that he was doing. An insinuation now that part of him flipping when it came to open borders was because he was being blackmailed about all the stuff that everybody knew that he was doing.
Well, that could be it, James, but could it also be that because this was initiated by a group of women, including this woman, Cheyenne Hunt, who is a progressive out of California, that there was really no way to stop this from coming out because this came from an insurgency person looking out for friends. And as we've seen in politics, friendship is a little more important than your political laundry. So was this an inside job, or was this,
in the words of my good friend Norton State Packer, I'm
compelling
going to
enough
say
that
embrace the
people
power
said,
of
you know
and.
what, this is right and wrong, not about
Because I'm
party?
going to say probably a little of both. In the words of my good friend Norton State Packard, I'm going to say embrace the power of and.
Okay, James, what do you
I'm
think?
going to say probably a little of both.
The cynic in me says that this was, by and large, politically motivated. They wanted a certain guy, like I said, in California, and Eric Swalwell wasn't that guy. Now, it's going to lead to some bipartisan fallout on either side. I do believe that, but I can't see it being totally one or the other, to be honest with you. And I know that's kind of a hem-hawing answer there, but there are moral people who know right from wrong on both sides, and those people are going to agree, he's got to go. And he took himself out, like a couple other guys I think are going to be doing. But overall, I think that it's political. I'm not exactly sure what the ratio is, but I think it leans more heavily on the political side than it does just the in general right and wrong of the issue.
Well, let's get to the right and wrong of the issue, because in the middle of all this political calculations, political maneuvering, everybody covering their own ass and whatnot, there are people who are out there saying that they are victims of this man, and the details are coming to light here. One of the first to come out publicly, I think it was the first to come out publicly, is this woman, Lana Drews, who said, well, you know what? Let's let her tell her story as much as we can here. This is from a press conference with her attorney, Lisa Bloom.
Everyone, get closer. Hello, everyone. My name is Lana Drews. In 2018, while I was living and working as a model in Beverly Hills, and I also owned a fashion software company, I had contact with Eric Swalwell on 3 separate occasions after meeting him socially. He offered me connections to further my software company, and I also had an interest in local politics. He invited me to 2 public events. I knew he was married at the time and that his wife was pregnant. He was my friend. On the 3rd occasion, I believe he drugged my drink. I only had 1 glass of wine. We were supposed to go to a political event, and he said he needed to get paperwork from his hotel room. When I arrived at his hotel room, I was already incapacitated, and I couldn't move my arms or my body. He raped me, and he choked me.
And I think we can pretty much leave it there. I put up a comment from my main co-host, Ross Galloway, saying, for the record, Swalwell is innocent until proven guilty. And I agree with that. But in order to get to the point of determining guilt or innocence, you got to get the allegations out first. And I think we're in that phase right now. All the political ramifications, James, to me, is a lot of covering ass, a lot of political calculations. But at the heart of it are women like Ms. Drews here, who are coming out to detail what happened to them. I think we can't forget that.
No, we can't. It's they want to sensationalize it. Now, that's probably the 3rd time I've seen that poor woman do that, and it affects me every time. You can obviously see she's been traumatized by this. You can see that was very painful to watch, and I think that should never be. The creepiness of this thing can't be exaggerated. And this guy, he's a creep. And the thing, but again, there are so many people who were aware of this for such a long time, and until it was politically expedient to do so, they didn't do anything. And I think that's what makes it, that's what makes the whole thing even more reprehensible. I don't know who's creepier here. Swalwell for doing what he does, or these people that knew about it and let it go on all this time until it didn't benefit them to leave him around.
And Rick, this leads perfectly into what we were talking about when you sent me that article from Town Hall about whether or not people like Nancy Pelosi knew or didn't know about this. So I'm going to play the clip of Pelosi first here, and then I want you to comment here, Rick.
Some Republicans and others are saying that Democrats turned kind of a blind eye, that they knew what he was up to.
No, that's
or
not
what the
true.
allegations
That is
were.
absolutely positive. It's true that they may say that, but it is absolutely not true.
You had no idea?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. I had none whatsoever.
What happens in California now? He was in many of the polls, the leading candidate.
Yes, he was.
That's gone. There's an army of candidates out there. And California has this quirky law, because it's ranked primaries, right, where you could end up with 2 Republicans on the ballot.
Well, if you'll notice, most of the time that he's asking her these questions, she's looking away from him.
On the whole idea. Did
That is
Nancy
a
Pelosi know
primary
about this?
indication
What's
of
your opinion
deception.
on it?
Well, if you'll notice, most of the time that he's asking her these questions, she's looking away from him. That is a primary indication of deception.
You know what? Let's look at. Okay, so now you brought that up. Let's watch it again and focus on Pelosi's mannerisms.
Some Republicans and others are saying that Democrats turned kind of a blind eye, that they knew what he was up
No,
to
that's
or
not
what the
true. That
allegations
is
were.
absolutely positive. It's true that they may say that, but it is absolutely not
You had
true.
no idea?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. I had none whatsoever.
What happened?
So she was looking away initially, and then she got the courage to look at him. But James, Nancy Pelosi has a history of working behind the scenes to force people out of races. I think we might remember a certain race in
Yeah,
2024
she was definitely knocked out.
involving the president of the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
she
I
was
said,
definitely
these
knocked
guys have, it's a well-oiled machine. And every cog, every gear knows when and how to perform. And like I said, everybody that they talk to on the Democrat side sits up and they're shocked and appalled because nobody had any idea about this. But I just, the cynic in me says they knew, but he had value up until this point to him. And so they allowed it. They knew about it. They kind of protected him with Fang. He wasn't booted off the intelligence committee. She ran interference for him. She was a firewall on that. And I think if they did know about these exact instances, they knew at least his predilection for this kind of behavior. And they turned a blind eye to it. I think that, I agree with Rick here. She's lying. She knew. They all knew.
I gotta think somebody had some inkling of anything, of something, I should say. I want to get to some comments I started in the chat. We have Mr. Mikey, who was saying, and I agree with this comment. Hey, Mr. Mikey, how you doing? Glad you're here. Thanks for contributing. Swalwell was a congressman. Everyone in America was a victim of his. Then we have Let's Talk 649. Hey, let's talk then. Swalwell is a CCP operative, much like what you were saying just now, James, and has been from the beginning. And I got to go back to it because Ross had the best comment about Biden and what happened to him.
CCP, rules are rules.
Yeah, I'm not reading it, but you can read it on the screen for yourself, gang.
Well, speaking of CCP, rules are rules.
China is asshole.
Okay, I feel bad.
Fantastic. So Pelosi gave her reaction. I do want to go back to the victims just for 1 second here because there is one clip I wanted to get to. I know we're jumping around a little bit here, but there was a CBS interview that happened recently involving two of the victims and the woman Cheyenne Hunt, who put this out there to begin with. For those of you who don't know, this all started with an article in the San Francisco Chronicle that started talking about these allegations, but it was really Cheyenne Hunt, a progressive who had run for office before in California, who put out a post on X detailing messages she was receiving about Swalwell that she felt compelled to bring up. This is now days later. These resignations have happened. The withdrawal from the campaign has happened, and this is what's being said by I believe the names are Allison Ulbrich and Ali San Marco, who are alleging that they are victims of Swalwell as well.
That he has now dropped out of the governor's race and resigned from Congress. Is that justice in your view?
No, it's just the beginning. It's just the very beginning. And I know personally that we're not walking away from this fight.
For me, justice won't be until he can't ever harm a woman ever again. And he has faced the consequences for the women that he has harmed.
I think in regards to the governor's race, he never should have ran for governor to begin with, knowing the kind of history and receipts that are out there. So that's a non-starter. And then in terms of Congress, I think he absolutely should have resigned. I think we just prevented another 30 to 40 years potentially of him harming people if he were to stay in Congress.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I think we have served justice for his future victims.
Wow.
That won't exist anymore.
Which leads me to a new thing we're going to do here on the show. StreamYard has this feature now where we can do polls on the screen. So let me ask you guys in the chat, how long will this Swalwell story last in the news? Is it going to be a day or two, about a week, or there's no end in sight? I believe the way this works is that you vote in the chat by either typing in 1, 2, or 3 based upon the corresponding choice you see on the screen right now, which is covering up Rick's face, unfortunately, on the vertical view. By the way, guys, we got two different views going here. We got the normal horizontal and the vertical.
Probably going to be happy about that.
Oh, stop it. You're gorgeous. So if you want to hit 1, 2, or 3 in the chat, I'm going to test it out myself here. And in the meanwhile here, guys, how long do you think this story is going to last for? We'll start with James. Is this story, as Cheyenne Hunt said, just getting started?
Well, I think it's going to have legs. I'm not exactly sure how long. I think we're going to see a couple more weeks of it. If there are more stories, and I'm sure there are. Actually, the only thing missing from this in my book is Gloria Allred hadn't popped up yet, and it won't surprise me if she does. But that was a terrible story. What that lady told us, told about relayed what happened to her with him. And I think that those stories are probably, stories like that are for the most part probably going to be the rule rather than the exception. And if more of those stories come out, yeah, I think it's going to get a lot worse for the guy. A couple of weeks, and it just depends on how many of these ladies, how many of these women are going to be brave enough to share their experiences in such a public way.
All right, Rick, I'm actually going to switch spots with you, so you're up on the screen
I think
now.
it's going to stick around for a while.
This story have legs to get beyond the week, and it's going to stick with us for a while.
This is going to be a lot like the usual Me Too stuff, I think. Now that the dam has broken, I think it's going to stick around for a while. I expect there to be even more that comes out now. Because I think this is going to be a lot like the usual Me Too stuff, I think. Now that the dam has broken,
He's got a point there, too.
I expect there to be even more that comes out. He's got a point there, too. If you watch the legacy media, they're trying to kill this off as quickly.
Roscoe says it depends on what news you watch. What do you think about that?
He's got a point there, too.
He's got a point there, too. If you watch the legacy media, they're trying to kill this off as quickly as they can. So,
are they really? Because maybe it's because I don't watch legacy media anymore. I see this story lasting a good long while. I think it's going to go beyond this week into next week, possibly even beyond that. And I think it'll still keep popping up. The question becomes, James, does this have legs to the extent that it will affect the midterm elections?
Well, again, it depends. It's gonna be more, I think, than Swalwell. He's got a couple of buddies. I can't remember the guy's name now. It escapes me. Who was in on this deal, and it wasn't the guy we were talking about earlier there, Kluber. It was Klubeck, excuse me. There's another guy as a representative. Let me see if I can find that. And all the Hollywood people, nobody has said a word about this. The Hollywood cats have they're not saying anything.
Well, that's because they know better.
And it's also because a lot of them donated to Eric Swalwell. I know that there was a story, I'm going to look for it right now, in the New York Post.
Close to $100,000 total he got from people in Hollywood.
So,
and he opened his campaign on Kimmel's show, and Kimmel's acting like he doesn't even know the guy.
Yeah, I mean, the usual suspects that you would think of. People like Kathy Griffin donated to him. I remember, I think it was Ed Helms. Ed Helms donated to him as well, if you remember from the Hangover movies.
John Hamm.
I'll see if I can find the article later.
Mad Men. De Niro, naturally.
Yep.
Sean Penn, Jane Fonda, and all these people are now in, they're run silent, run deep. They're in radio silent mode, and we're not going to hear anything from them until people stop paying attention to this.
Right. Stuart 2004, hey, thanks for contributing to the chat. Glad you're here with us. Wants to know, Rick, who's taking Swalwell's seat in Congress? Now, he resigns from Congress, or he's going to imminently resign from Congress. There's only a couple months, I should say, before the general election to see who takes over beyond 2026. But there's going to be a gap now between now in the middle of April and when the next term of Congress starts in January 2027. I don't know the rules in California, but is it even worth it for someone to run for a special election if you're only going to be serving for a
I
couple of
don't
months.
really know what
and
the rules are,
to even
but
put
I
on
have
an
a feeling
election
that they will
would take
probably
a couple
just let
months
there
to even
be an empty
organize
seat
and put
for a
together.
couple of months because it's not really going to impact the balance of power
I
really that
don't
much
really
one
know
way or
what
the
the
other.
rules are, but I have a
'Cause I
feeling
don't- that they will probably just let
I don't
there
even know if
be
California
an
could
empty seat
afford
for
to
a couple
hold
of
a
months, 'cause
special
it's not really
election
gonna
a couple
impact
of
the
months
balance
before
of
they have to
power
hold a
really
primary
that much one way or the other.
that would work anyway.
Because I don't.
I don't even know if California could afford to hold a special election
Well,
a
yes,
couple
this
of
is
months
true.
before they have to hold a primary. So I don't know how well that would work anyway.
Well, your point comes from a position of common sense.
Well, yes,
What
this is true.
I just looked this up now, and apparently, Gavin Newsom, and this is news that broke 20
Yeah, I was
minutes
about
before the show started.
Yeah, I was about to say I have to eat
has
my
set
own
an
words because
August
it looks like they're
2026
doing a
special
special
election date
election on the 18th of August.
for
So
filling
yeah, I was about
Swalwell's seat.
Yeah, I was about to
So-
say I have to eat my own words because it looks like they're doing a special election on the 18th of August. So
Yeah, August 18th, according to Fox News. I hope this answers your question, Stuart. Gavin Newsom has set a special election for the 14th district in California. Obviously, I think this is going to be a pretty safe Democratic seat, even though they have their jungle elections where people run nonpartisan and all that. What a waste of time. To me, James, the only reason you would do this and choose to run for the special election seat is to give you a leg up if you're already running for the California 14 seat for the general in November. In which case, there's going to be limited interest in this field, right?
That's what I think. But just in listening to this for the first time, I'm thinking it also seems to me that this is going to call needless attention. It's going to come back on Swalwell and what he did. It's going to be a reminder. Why are we having this? Well, Eric's a creep, and we just are going to act like we just found out that he's a creep, and we're going to act like we didn't know all the time. And so we're going to appear that we're going to do this by the book. I don't think it makes any difference. I agree with Rick on that. I don't think it, and so it kind of surprises me, and it seems like it's just useless attention that, like I said, goes back to what Swalwell did and why they're doing that.
Yeah. Let me just pull some chats here right now. We got D-Lo saying, "Hey, it's my boy Rowdy Rick." A special shout out for the man that brings the ratings to the show. And our buddy Ross Galloway, Speaker Johnson should only seat the person that replaces Gonzalez. Yes, Tony Gonzalez has resigned as well,
right.
And delay the California replacement. That's an old trick from the People's Republic of New York that they tried to do back in the day to a couple of candidates that I remember. But yeah, to me, this is a waste of millions of dollars if they're holding this special election. I understand that you don't want to leave people without a representative for any amount of time, but come on. You're having an August election in the dead of summer in California. Congress is going to be in recess for the summer and before Labor Day. And then when they come back in the fall, it's going to be the push for the general election. And Swalwell will be in the news throughout the summer. It might be a smart move in the fact that a lot of people don't pay attention to politics in the summer, so they're not going to really care about the special election, so they can get in whoever they want to. But to me, it's just a waste of money. A special election like this is not, unless again, the deadline to register for the general election was March 6th. So Swalwell couldn't even run for the general again if he wanted to. I'm actually going to see who the candidates are that are running. But James, what do you? Is this worth the money? I understand democracy, I understand representation and all that. Is this worth the money to put this on?
Well, California is no stranger to tossing money out in the street. And they haven't been for a long time, especially under the Newsom era. I think it's a waste of money. Like I said, again, it's going to bring back more attention to Swalwell. And at the same time, I think, he's a Democrat, and it's just going to be bad for the Democrats all the way around to be reminded of this. And I don't, again, like I said, when you talked about it was the first I'd heard of it, and I'm still trying to digest it. But to me, no, it doesn't make sense. It's going to be a boatload of money that they're going to fritter away, along with all the other boatloads of money in that fleet that they have frittered away. And I don't know if it's just like a knee-jerk response, and they think they have to do it because reasons. I'm not real sure, but no, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. And it's not that long a time frame where these folks are going to be without representation. And I really don't know that there's going to be a whole lot that gets done in DC between now and then. Anyway, I don't think these guys want to do much of anything in general.
Well, check this out, gentlemen, and any ladies who are in the chat with us. There is a primary for the general election for California 14 that involves 9 different candidates, and that primary is June 2nd. So that primary will tell us who moves on to the general election, and now you have this special election coming up in August that I'm assuming these usual suspects are going to be doing as well. This is nuts, Rick. They're going to have 2 elections for 2 different terms for the same seat within 2 months of each other. And you expect people to understand what the hell's going on? Maybe James is right. All they're going to know is that this is the Swalwell seat. Swalwell this, Swalwell
Well,
that.
to be fair, if this election was a person, it would be wearing a leather football helmet and screaming, "I like spaghetti. Do you sell spaghetti?" Yeah. Well, to be fair, if this election was a person, it would be wearing a leather football helmet and screaming, "I like spaghetti. Do you sell spaghetti?" Yay. That's about all I have for this election.
Who?
No, I didn't.
Who in the world is this? Did you guys give anyone a link to come in?
Yeah,
Nope.
that might have been me. I might have gave him the wrong link. Don't bring them on.
Access denied.
You got it. I will not do it. Sorry
Okay,
there.
yeah.
Big Daddy, we're gonna kick you from the studio. Sorry
Access
about that.
denied. Go to the
I
chat.
may have probably sent the wrong link, and that's on me. I'm very, very sorry.
That's all right. No problems. We'll just never invite you back on here again. No big deal. So I want to get back to some of the reactions that we saw, because one of the big ones that made a lot of news has been Swalwell's best buddy, his pal, his friend, his hetero life mate, Senator Ruben Gallego. And wouldn't you know it, he never saw this coming at all.
Nobody did.
I don't know what's going on with his family, but it's definitely a horrible situation for family. They're using that as a cover to attack me right now because they can't do it. They couldn't take back 2024.
It's a vast right-wing conspiracy, y'all. Eric Swalwell got caught up to make sure, because Republicans wanted Ruben Gallego to go down. It has nothing to do with Swalwell. It has nothing to do with the victims. Has nothing to do with what happens to women.
Anything.
It's
this
all
is
a
all
plot,
a right.
Rick
This
Robinson,
is all a vast
against
right-wing
Ruben
conspiracy.
Gallego.
Engineers
Of
to
course it is.
deplatform.
That's the only
none
answer
other
they
than
have for
Eric
anything.
Swallowswell. This is all a vast right-wing conspiracy engineered to deplatform none other than Eric Swallowswell. So, yeah.
It's a vast right-wing conspiracy against Ruben Gallego, y'all. You heard it here first.
They ran a horrible race, but now this is what they want to do. They just want to hurt me as much as they can. Presidents, everything else like that, I don't care. We're going to wait, and that's not even a thing right now. The most important thing is I want to protect my family. I want to protect my family's reputation, and this is why we're talking about right now.
Senator, you've gone on trips, on vacations, officially, unofficially. You've gone out, presumably, with the congressman. You've never even witnessed him, I don't know, engaging in an affair?
No.
Never.
What about no?
How do you explain some of the photos though online? I know you addressed one, but there is another one that shows both of you without shirts. I mean, how do you address some of those compromising photos?
We were on a beach.
Yeah, I think you were in the desert and on some camels.
It was a beach. and a camel. That is of each. Yeah.
What were the
It was just
rumors?
it was flirty. That was flirty.
And that was when? About what year was it?
I mean, that was we've heard that throughout.
Senator, you just said, thank you so much. I want to clarify because in the beginning,
No, I know
you
we'll
said,
go back there, yeah.
in the beginning you said when you first heard these rumors a few weeks ago, that's when you called them. Then you said you've heard these rumors for years. So which one is it, Senator?
So I heard rumors of him being flirty
And that wasn't an issue enough for you to not trust him to watch your kids or be close with him?
because you hear this, and then when you're close to somebody and you know his wife, you see this, you see that relationship, you know that like it maybe just isn't true.
Have you asked him about it prior to this few weeks?
I asked him about it a few weeks ago when it started coming up online. Yes.
So let's put a new poll out there, gang. I'm gonna see if I can get this going. Maybe I need.
You heard it here first, folks.
I'm still learning how to
You
do
heard it
these
here
polls,
first,
y'all.
folks.
But
Gene is finally learning how to
give me
use
one
his
second.
poll.
Let's remove this from the screen and let's start up the poll here. Can I
You
start
heard
the
it here
poll?
first, folks. You heard it here first, folks. Gene is finally learning how to use his poll.
There you go. Screw you. There it is. Did Democrats know about Swalwell's proclivities? 1 for a hell yes, 2 for I don't know, 3 for nope. Get it going right now, gang. Let us know what you think. As that poll's going on, Stuart jumping in saying, look at his body language. You know what? We'll look at it again after we let the poll breathe a little bit. And yes, Rick, I said let my poll breathe a little bit. James, based upon what you saw from Ruben Gallego, did he know? Did he suspect? And more importantly, should he have known?
I think what we're going to find out is that at some point he was probably in on it.
Are you?
Okay,
Wow, that's huge. You really think so?
Yeah, these guys are supposed to be tight. They're going on vacations together. They're going here. They're going there. It at that level of at that level of intimacy in terms of a friendship, he says they were buddies. They were tight. They knew each. At some point, that mask is going to fall away. And I think that who knows? Maybe the guy was his wingman. Maybe they helped each other.
Remember
I don't know, but I think at some point we may find out.
Not only did he know, but I'm flashing back to
I
I don't remember what movie it was, but it's a movie I remember watching once when I was a kid. Remember a couple of college kids got drunk and tag teamed a chick, and they were high-fiving each other while they were doing it. I'm pretty sure I don't remember what movie it was, but it's a movie I remember watching once when I was a kid. A couple of college kids got drunk and tag teamed a chick, and they were high-fiving each other while they were doing it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you're finally learning how to use your poll, so why wouldn't I?
I'm inclined to agree. Yeah.
Why in the world would you want to put that image in my head?
I mean, you're finally learning how to use your poll, so why wouldn't I?
You're the worst. By the way, I see some trolls in the chat. Which, by the way, guys, we love having trolls in the chat. Welcome all the trolls in. See how they're doing. Check in on them. We'll deal with them towards the end of the show. Let's continue asking this question, and let's see Hakeem Jeffries squirm a little bit as he is running from reporters throughout the halls of Congress.
Swalwell to resign. Did you push Swalwell to resign?
Member conversations that I've had will remain private.
Why did you call for him publicly to resign, given these allegations?
He's made the right decision.
And what about Cherfilus McCormick? Should she resign?
Thank you, everyone.
And that's another one we haven't even gotten to yet. And that is Cherfilus McCormick, who was found as guilty, I guess you'd call it, of impropriety of her own by the Congressional Ethics Committee. And then, of course, there's Corey Mills on the Republican side. We could see this might be the most corrupt Congress we've had in decades, with all these members dropping like flies. So, yeah, Hakeem Jeffries running for cover, James, from reporters who dared to ask what you think, would you say this Swalwell? Would you know about this? He says he wanted to keep it private for some reason.
Well, yeah, because of all the dirty, rapey sex stuff. They want to keep that down. He's also the same guy that kind of wanted to tamp down the fact that he was trying to put the touch on Jeffrey Epstein for campaign money.
That's right.
Water seeks its own level, as my venerable father once said. And that's, I think, what we see with all these guys and all this reluctance to speak about this, all this reluctance to confront this thing head on and say, yeah, he's one of our guys. we thought he was, at least they could say we thought he was a creep, but we weren't sure. And that's why we didn't do anything. But they didn't even say that. They just wall up and like an armadillo, they just roll up into this ball and you can't get anything out of any of them other than deny.
Okay. So just to put a not too fine a point on this, let's not forget that just about a month ago, all of Congress voted to not release their slush fund records. So just to put a not too fine a point on this, let's not forget that just about a month ago, all of Congress voted to not release their slush fund records. They all know, and they all knew.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, I think they all knew. How could they not all know when the FBI is talking about Fang with them that he's at least a potential outlet for CCP exploitation? He's definitely can be manipulated. And there was a story came out in the New York Post of Eric Swalwell going to Saint-Tropez and staying on a yacht with all these women. How could they not know that? I'm sure you don't think that, he was sharing pictures of his adventures with Ruben Gallego and showing off, locker room talk and all that, all the stuff they accused Trump of doing, by the way. So come on.
So,
and
speaking of
my favorite
Swalwell,
troll,
and backing up for a second, I need one of my friends who is much better with AI than I am because I'm still learning. So to take the scene from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Swalwell, and backing up for a second, I need one of my friends who is much better with AI than I am because I'm still learning. To take the scene from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and make Klubeck the guy throwing him out and Swalwell the guy flying through the air. That would be awesome. That needs to happen.
All right, you just gave me an idea for a short video for the end of the week. Let me just write this down.
I wouldn't have offered it up if I didn't want it to be stolen. I don't know how to make it happen.
4K, my friend. That's mine now. Look at me. I am the captain now.
I wouldn't have offered it up if I didn't want it to be stolen. I don't know how to make it happen. So somebody needs to.
Stuart coming back big time saying, I don't know who's a bigger traitor, Hunter Biden or Swalwell. The answer is yes. But going back for a second about the idea of this story having legs, one of the members of Congress that has been at the forefront of demanding that Swalwell get what's coming to him is Anna Paulina Luna. And she claimed on national cable news a very bold claim about a viral video of Swalwell that came out and who was behind the camera.
Dropping in the next 24 hours. And then also potentially the individual that recorded that video in that hotel room, Jesse, was a female and she was underage.
Oh, just so the audience is aware, there's a video that's circulating. Fox hasn't confirmed it yet. It appears to show Swalwell on a bed with maybe another guy making out with a girl. That's it. That's all we know. But if what you're saying is true, and we don't know, but if that's true, that is very, very, very bad.
Very, very, very bad indeed. Whether it's true or not, we'll see. But one thing that is verifiable news is that the New York City District Attorney, Alvin Bragg's office, is investigating one of these possible inappropriate occurrences. And I'm trying to be very charitable in my language on this. I don't want lawsuits, whatever. Investigating whether or not Swalwell's visit to the People's Republic of New York City, paid for by his campaign, involves some of this activity. Take a listen to this.
And a West Hollywood hotel in July of 2018. FEC records show Swalwell's campaign at the time spent more than $360 in expenses at that Montrose Hotel on July 18th.
So you have the People's Republic of New York City investigating, and now you have the LA Sheriff investigating, and you have receipts. We bring the receipts here showing that Swalwell's campaign paid for hotel rooms. Could these be some of the occurrences? Let me let Harris Faulkner continue on here.
Same year. The former congressman faces criminal investigations in both L.A. and New York City. I mentioned that. He officially submitted his resignation from Congress yesterday.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the resignation of the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell. The whole number of the House is 431.
And another one bites the dust. Guys, I'm going to let you comment on all that in a second here, but I got to get this comment up on the screen, and Rick knows why I have to do this. How to detect alien/demon politicians. They're very, very, very bad. Well, if only there was a book written about how to identify political buffoons in the wild. And it's called Schnooks, Crooks, Liars, and Scoundrels, a field guide to identifying political buffoons that is available right now on Amazon,
You were
at
faster
Barnes &
with it
Noble,
that time.
and
I was about to
other online bookstores. Cue the clip.
This guy is a grifter.
You were faster with it that time.
I prepped it because I saw the comment here. By the way, great comment. Thanks for letting me grift off your comment. I really appreciate it. There is some discussion in here about what to look for when you're vetting candidates yourself for election. Ross Galloway, James Bostic looks like a cross between Rush Limbaugh and Mel Gibson in their prime. That's awesome.
Thank you.
So there's two different So there were two different pieces of news going on right there. One of them being the news that the LA sheriff is investigating, People's Republic of New York City is investigating Swalwell, and Anna Paulina Luna talking about a possible underage connection here.
Oh yeah,
Rick, I'll let you take either one of those right now.
And I already said on an impromptu rails that I wound up doing before this one because G was off tonight that I don't think the congressional
this isn't going anywhere.
And I already said on an impromptu rails that I wound up doing. I think they should find whatever they can find and then turn it over to the active investigation. I don't think the congressional digging needs to stop either, just because he's just my opinion. I know that's not usually how those things work. I think they should find whatever they can find and then turn it over to the active investigations. But that's just my opinion. I know that's not usually how those things work, but
yeah, James, I'll give you a second here. Gilberto Gubi Castro has an answer for the previous comment and for my grift. Stay away from ish.
Mark it down for your next
when
one.
Voting.
It's about that.
That's a good tip.
Yeah.
I didn't put that one in the book, but that's a good tip right there.
Mark it down for your next one.
Mark it down for the next volume, right? James, investigations bi-coastal now. This isn't going anywhere anytime soon.
No, I don't think so. And I mean, look at all the things that have happened just in this short period of time that the three of us have been kicking it around. We've gone from, it was horrible to start out with, and then that got degraded to the lady making her public statement to the press. And now we find maybe the possibility some underage kid being involved in this. I can't remember who said it, but they said in politics you can get away with just about everything except being caught with a dead hooker or a live boy. And look at how this thing is degraded just while we've been talking about. Like I said, we've gone from bad to underage kid in the room doing the videos where he's trying to smash on some girl. This could be. You may be like those three ladies on CBS. This is just the tip of the iceberg. That it is going to get.
Why did you just say just a tip?
Whatever.
Sorry.
You
As soon
pulled
as I said it, I
heard
knew
the
it was
emphasis on tip. You pulled a me. Don't lie.
No,
You get the idea. Just the beginning.
Listen.
Just
whatever. Just a tip coming out of your mouth.
I heard the emphasis on tip. You pulled a me. Don't lie. I hate to do this, but I have to
seriously.
another show.
Just a tip coming out of your mouth was not good.
All right,
there you go.
I hate to do this.
You get what I mean.
I've got another show in like a minute. All right.
All right. We'll see you a little later, pal. Thanks for joining us tonight. And shoot me the link so I can send the audience there when we're done here.
All right.
We're just about done wrapping up here. Thanks
a
a lot.
Boy.
Rick,
I just
for coming
realized
on.
I've been live feeding over here the entire
chat
time
saying
too.
things like that.
My
It's not
apologies,
just-
ladies and gentlemen. I normally remember to mute this particular microphone, but I didn't do that tonight. So yeah.
I'm glad you guys are coming around tonight and you're doing.
We're going to be stepping away from this one. Hang out for Rick and Orty coming up next in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name is Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we
We have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow.
It's been an actual nightmare.
To oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis on Freevee.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
And radio has advertising rates available. We have rates fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do.
What day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise known as ChatLivesMatterNight, right here live on KLRNRadio.com. I am one half of the crew, Mr. Rick Robinson. He's the other half, Mr. Ordinance, and I think he's here with us now. He's supposed to be. Maybe. Is he here?
I have been.
Is he here?
Where have you been?
There he is.
Can
I
you
was
not
in
hear
another
me?
studio. I can hear you. I was in another studio.
Yeah.
Which is why I
If you're just getting here now,
apologize.
where the
I
hell
didn't
have you
see your
been?
comment from over here. I would have. Well, you know.
Yeah, I'm
No,
dropping you
I've,
pure fire
well, honestly,
news on Gene's show, and you're not even paying attention to it.
Yeah, I
Hello?
also realized halfway through that, or actually towards the end, that I forgot to mute my mic in here, which I just swore I did. But anyway, so yeah,
Yeah, I was about to
it was all
text you,
kinds of
and I
fun tonight. But then again, it was a hell of a day anyway. I was actually in a hotel room for most of the day because we didn't have power. So, and I didn't even know I was getting power back till like 10 minutes after I told everybody I didn't think I was going to be able to do anything. And then I got the notification that our power was back. I was like, okay, I guess we're going home real quick.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, fun time. Damn tornadoes.
And I woke up from my nap for this. No, I'm kidding. I could have been napping.
You're really starting to sound old.
I am old, man. I am. I'm feeling it. I really am right now. But
I get it.
You know, it's not the years; it's the mileage. Man, did I do a lot of.
I get that too.
I used to love Coke when I was younger. And no, I don't mean the soda.
Yeah. Speaking of Coke, how about that AZ senator, Swalwell's buddy? Dude was fucking gacked out in that interview yesterday. I mean, I've done some cocaine. I've done a lot of cocaine. I've done your share of cocaine. And holy shit, that dude just did all of the cocaines before that interview. It's just like the hands are trying to help the face the whole time. You just couldn't. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, dude was fucking completely gacked out. What's his name? Ruben Gallagher? Something like that?
Ruben Gallego or Gallego?
Gallego. Yeah, Gallagher. Galaxia. Whatever. Yeah.
I mean, well, the funny thing is like in all, because I pulled up an article earlier with like a couple of different clips of him doing interviews at different times, and he seems just as high both times. So I think it might be his default setting.
Yeah, his default setting is gacked out. You know, I mean that's why you leave your wife very 9 months pregnant, because that's just going to interfere with your partying. And your buddy just got fucking wrapped up, so no more hookers for you. Did you see the side by sides of the shoe in that video with Swalwell with the sex worker? And they have pictures of Gallagher later with the same brand of shoes. And then there's a meme of him setting the shoes on fire.
I did not, but that's hilarious.
Yeah. So I think he's next. You know, I don't think this whole thing's ending with Swalwell. And I do love how they got rid of Gonzalez at the same time, because the Missouri Compromise is alive and well, folks. That's a smart joke if you remember your U.S. history. So.
Yeah, you and your smart jokes. Nobody's got time for those. Just kidding.
Come on, that shit's fucking fire, and you know it. Hey, let's open up the chat, see what's going on. All right. Yeah, so I don't think this is going to be the end of it. And I was kind of joking with Katie Porter the other day when this whole thing with Swalwell started to go down. I said, Katie, you're next. Cover yourself. Take them all down with you.
Somebody needs to do it. Because, as I mentioned in the last hour, with everybody going, well, I wonder who knew and who didn't. They all voted to not release their slush fund records for a reason, guys. They all know.
Yeah.
They can pretend they don't, but they all know.
Yeah, they all know. And, you know, it's like there's reports of, I guess they're called the cages in the Congress building that are like where document storage is kept until it's moved somewhere else. And that's like where all the fucking goes on.
Funny how that works out, huh?
Yeah. Just like any other office building.
I thought that was the Senate cloakroom. Oh wait, I guess that's for the the light and the loafer crew. Never mind.
No, that's just straight on the Senate floor, on the Congress floor. That's like my juxtaposition joke. They haven't had anything out at Area 51 in years. They all moved it out to Dugway, but they let you think that it's still out there.
There was something I was watching last night that actually made a joke about that, and I don't remember what show it was. Oh no, it was the most recent episode of The Rookie. They were talking about how there's like, I think they called it like Area 64 or something, and about how Area 51 is like the distraction, and Area 64 is where all the really bad stuff is now. And I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. But
anyway. Yeah. So, we haven't actually had a show. We haven't had a chance to talk about it since all this shit with Swalwell went down. I mean, I'm sure you've talked about it a dozen times this week, but
no, actually, I've been doing taxes this week, so I haven't talked about anything yet. This is my first day on the air.
I did my taxes literally between 4 and 6 a.m. this morning. I mean, I was lucky because I've been out on, workman's comp, so I didn't have a lot. I just had to, report what I made during the FLPA and my X earnings and the special election last year, and that was it. So, but okay. This is one of the things I sent to you when you were on Gene's show to use, and this is my honest take about it. Because while there were reports about it, I can't remember her name. I think it's her last name ends with Hunt or something. Progressive. She brought out the early names, and everyone's just like, oh, yeah, you know, they're all tied to Katie Porter. Well, yeah. And so, but therefore, ergo. But the main story that broke all this open was from the San Francisco Chronicle, that vast right-wing publication, the San Francisco Chronicle. And you guys played the clip of Nancy Pelosi pretending that she didn't know anything. Let me tell you, for those of you who aren't in California, especially, you know, who don't know Bay Area politics, the San Francisco Chronicle doesn't report the weather unless they run it by Nancy Pelosi first.
Yeah.
So she's 100% behind that too. And I can't imagine they had to know that it was going to break. They had to, because in one way or another, it was going to break. Because now they're stuck with Porter and Steyer as the top two Dems running in. We have 30 fucking candidates on the ballot because we're an open general or an open primary, you know, with the top two. So there's like 20 Democrats on the ballot, 8 GOP, an LP, 2 LP, a Peace and Freedom, and 5 NPP. So that's your California ballot right now.
That is a mess and a half.
Yeah. It's going to be 2 pages. Just, I mean, yeah, it's insane. And the funny thing is the CA Dems couldn't get anybody to kick themselves out of the clown car. So they weren't able to, when they had their convention, rally behind anyone. None of the candidates got enough votes, which CAGOP just had the same thing. I mean, neither of them got behind Hilton or Bianca either. So, but, you know, that's fine. You know, let those two run neck and neck, because with the pain in California, that's when the NPP voters get to go, you know, I have permission to vote GOP this election.
Yeah, and I hope every single one of them that wants to does.
Yeah.
Because y'all need some change in that state, my friend.
Well, and that's, you know, I got shit from a fucking rando. I mean, he follows me, but whatever. And he's just the disgruntled California type, you know, trying to tell, you know, he had to be in his 30s. Because he was like talking about, oh, you know, who shot down Prop 187? And Prop 187 was back in the 90s with, no funds go to illegals, no education, no Medicare, no nothing. And it passed. And you think about that. 20 years ago, that's a law that passed in California. And it was around that time with Prop 8 too. But Prop 8, anyway, that was banning gay marriage in the state. But so Prop 187 passed. It was immediately challenged on its constitutionality. And the governor at the time, Pete Wilson, fought his entire governorship was spent fighting that in courts to get it. Hey, our voters passed this. You know, it's what our voters want. And then when he termed out and Gray Davis came in, Gray Davis just stopped the appeals. But you think about that. It's only 20 years ago that California passed a proposition like that. And it only takes a governor. You only need to crack that seal, you know, for everybody to remember, oh, shit, you know what? We always have been a red state. I mean, I've said this before here. California has only had 4 Dem governors in the last 150 years. Contrast that with Texas. Texas was reliably blue from Reconstruction up until the 90s, late 80s, early 90s. So, I mean, y'all in Texas, don't act like, you know, you've been red forever. Those of us who are old enough know better. But California, California is a red state when you let it be a red state. But they just drove out. What killed it, I know I've talked about this here too. What killed it first was the peace dividend after the fall of the Cold War. Daddy Bush and Clinton downsized the military. And California got hit harder with base closures than a lot of states combined. So with that, with the military going out, you have the defense contractors going out. And now they've been driving out the libertarian tech companies and in the meantime, squeezing out the middle class. So that's why California is in the state it's in. State of California is in the state. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
So
we knew what you meant. So there's another reason your state's back in the news today.
What did we do now?
You're apparently providing free sex change operations to illegal aliens.
I just barely heard that before it went on. I'll have to see the sources on that. I mean, I'm not surprised. I absolutely 100% am not surprised. But once again, American citizens can't get a free sex change in California.
Right.
That should piss the trans community off.
You would think.
I mean, the Dems lately have been really good at alienating their base. Parts of California that haven't voted red for president since Reagan voted for Trump. Imperial Valley, I'm looking at you. Imperial County. And so I guess California is trying to court the legal vote by pissing off the alphabet people. Because if I was trans, I'd be fucking pissed.
Well, the other thing is, unless they're basically, flaunting it at this point, why would they be giving so much free money to illegals? Unless illegals have the opportunity and ability to vote.
They largely do. I mean, so California is a mandatory mail ballot state, which in my county, it works. My county is very spread out. It would be very expensive to put polls in every little town. So I get it. But so you have you have ballot mills that just I mean, there have been reports out of LA on Skid Row where they're giving cigarettes to homeless people to sign ballot measures and petitions and shit, which is illegal as fuck. Which, by the way, more California news. They're trying to make like the kind of reporting that Jen Van Laar and stuff. They're trying to make it illegal in the state. Like they're going after that Nick Shirley, how he did to hospices, the same thing he did to learning centers up in Minnesota. So they're making that illegal. That if you film an illegal person or whatever, then you can, with the intent, hateful intent to dox them, then that's against the law in the state. How do you prove intent to a reporter?
Very good question.
They'll find a way. Yeah. So, no, the state's about to blow up. It really is. And, I keep posting everybody out there is hyper-focused on Virginia. You need to be hyper-focused on California, okay, just for electoral votes alone. And, California won the Cold War, as GOP won the Cold War and put a computer in everybody's lap. You might want to consider that and kind of like maybe throw some money at California too, even though California GOP is completely fucking retarded. But give it straight to the candidates. Don't give it to the party. So if you know more about what's going on in Virginia than in California, you need to start paying attention. Please help us. Help us to help you. Help us to help you. Anyway,
okay,
I've ranted
Jerry
enough.
McGuire. Okay, Jerry Maguire.
I was doing the Dr. Cox from Scrubs, actually. But anyway, so what's on your mind? I've ranted enough.
Well, honestly, like I said, I haven't had power for most of the day, so I've been playing catch up. I did find this very interesting. So apparently, Iran is pissed off so many of its neighbors that they remember all these, Gulf states that were like, no, we're not letting you have access to our account so that you can freeze Iranian funds. They've apparently changed their mind. According to Scott Bessent, because Iran has bombed Gulf neighbors, those countries are suddenly opening up Iranian regime bank accounts to the treasury, so we can now freeze their assets.
Nice.
Oops.
Yeah, I mean, then talk about pissing off your base,
Well, yeah. I mean, pissing off and pissing on. But but the other thing is because they've gone so far as to piss off the entire region, now everyone else is finding ways to get oil delivered without having to rely on the Strait of Hormuz while we carry out a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, which, despite all their bluster, apparently nobody's really challenged yet. So anyway.
Yeah, and that's, it's, how can you blockade the Strait of Hormuz? Well, we can because, I mean, who's going to stop us? And two, we're really just blockading the Iranian ports. You can go get all the oil from Iraq and Oman and, whatever fucking shithole is pumping oil out, pumping liquid dinosaur out over there. But yeah, you just can't get it from Iran.
It's just
which I'm okay with.
It's been an interesting thing to watch because their entire thing was, well, if we mine the Strait of Hormuz and we don't allow anybody to get in there, then eventually the rest of the world is going to turn on America because they want cheap oil. Which under the Biden administration would have worked.
Mm-hmm.
Because that administration couldn't walk, chew gum, or do anything at the same time. What's throwing the rest of the world off is we are in various regions of the world taking care of business simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody thought we could do that anymore. So everybody's reassessing. Besides Iran, if all the dominoes fall out the way that I expect them to, then one of the most weakened powers when all of this resolves itself, because it will eventually do that, is going to be China. Because we have been squeezing the hell out of them ever since we started this stuff with Iran, because they are the ones, they're one of the biggest investors in the Iranian economy, and we have basically just had them waste everything they just threw at them. So,
well, meanwhile, while we're doing this too with Iran, we're making every other nation in the world that's adopted in the Road and Belt philosophy, China's Road and Belt philosophy, to second guess it. Plus dog walking over their air defense systems. I mean, just absolutely humiliating. In two countries within a few months. I mean, we went in and fucking yoinked out a president and their radar didn't even say boo. Yeah, so because of the war in Ukraine, Russia's only pumping out 40% capacity, and they have to fuel Europe too. So a lot of that oil is not going to China. Iran cannot put enough oil through that pipeline into China to meet their needs. And if we're blocking off Iranian ports, now China has to pay market price for their oil, for at least a significant portion of their oil. This is, and by the way, we also got Israel and Lebanon to the peace table for the first time since Israel existed. So, and to get them to both agree that Hezbollah is the fucking problem. So, yeah, I'm not tired of winning.
No, definitely not. But yeah, I saw a piece today that I'm trying to source out. Apparently, somehow, the EPA is doing something to help lower gas prices, and everybody's wondering, if they could do this, why they haven't done it before now. I'm still trying to figure out what exactly is going on with that, though. So I'm probably gonna do some more research on that and then talk more about it on Friday. But
I was just gonna research it during the break, so because that sounds interesting, I want to find out about that. So,
oh yeah, I mean, if you can find anything, We'll definitely talk about it tonight. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Because I'm like, I don't know, because but anyway. Oh, so I think one of my favorite parts of hanging out with Gene the last hour was the whole talking about the thing with what was his name, Cooleybeck or whatever his name is, where dude's like, yeah, that's it. Not only did I throw the bastard out because he's an asshole, I'm re-registering his probably either Republican or Libertarian.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we'll see how far that goes, but
Like,
I did like it that he kicked him to the curb.
Here. Yeah, somebody with AI skills needs to redo the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air ending credit and have him throwing Swalwell out. That would be amazing.
That'd be very good. That'd be awesome.
That would be amazing. But anyway. Oh, but yeah.
Oh,
so-
okay. Yeah. Let's see. The Environmental Protection Agency. Okay, that's in Ireland. Yeah. Okay, I think I got it. Yeah. When we come back from break, we can talk about that.
Okay, you want to just go ahead and take the break now so you can read up on it a little bit, or you want to wait a couple minutes?
Well, if you got any short hits, we can talk about before then.
Let's see. I do see one. Looks like a member of the Chinese Communist Party and biology researcher at a U.S. university, which, again, why the fuck is this happening, was apparently guilty in an E. coli DNA smuggling scheme from China.
Again.
So, yeah. So very disturbing.
Yeah, why does this keep happening?
Yeah, exactly. Very disturbing. Another Chinese student has been caught sneaking dangerous pathogens into the U.S., this time at Indiana University. This follows, as we all know and we've talked about before, multiple cases at places like the University of Michigan and dangerous labs in California and Nevada. So why does this keep happening? But yeah, so apparently on Friday, April 10th, the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Indiana issued a press release, and I quote, in part, Yuhan Ziyang, 32, formerly a postdoctoral researcher at Indiana University and a citizen of the People's Republic of China, has been sentenced to more than 4 months in prison. That's not a lot of time. And a $500 fine and 1 year of supervised release after pleading guilty to smuggling biological materials into the United States from China. As part of Zhang's plea agreement with the government, Zhang also stipulated to the entry of a judicial order of removal, which will result in his immediate removal from the United States to the People's Republic of China. So the good news is he's being repatriated. The question remains, how and why do we keep letting shit like this happen?
Well, and Trump wants to bring 200,000 of them into the country.
Yeah.
It's one of the things yeah.
Hey, we have Kevin. We have a Kevin sighting in the chat. Good evening, sir. How are you? All right, let's see. I think we might be able to fit in one more quick hit. So this one, I'm gonna have to scan real quick. So this is from Hot Air. I don't pull from them very often, but I thought the headline intrigued me. So if you haven't, and this is from them specifically, if you haven't read Ed's piece about Trump's blockade of Iran shipping, do so now. The blockade is doing exactly what it is intended to do, and it is only a day old at the time of the writing of this article. And for weeks, we have all been reading about how Iran holds all the high cards, and once Trump agreed to a ceasefire, think pieces bordered on outright celebration of the fact that Iran's survival showed that it had won a war that was not quite over yet. Our friends and allies have sided with Iran, and Pravda media has been pumping out pro-Iran propaganda at a steady pace. Europeans place their bets on Iran and are posturing about how they are going to clean up Trump's mess, explicitly excluding the United States and inviting none other than China to participate in the naval control of the Gulf. If you want to talk about some serious realignment happening right in front of our eyes, this is nuts.
Plus, Trump's supposed to go to Beijing in a couple weeks, so
yeah, that could be interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, China knows they've got to play. Plus, it'll give us good intel on Chinese, because the Chinese Navy never goes blue water. They always stay close to home. So getting them out into the Gulf, we'll get some good intelligence on them. Yeah, they'll get intelligence on us, but it's not like they don't already have it because they've stolen it 5 times over. Let China play there too. And
I mean, there's a reason they don't go blue, though. It's easy.
Their submarines sink in port unintentionally.
It's easier to salvage ships in shallow water.
Right.
All right,
just making a reef program for their.
Fishing. I mean, we already basically just did a whole reef project for the entire Gulf. So
yeah, we did.
What's
Yeah,
a few-
you must love America loves the little fishies. Look at all the reefs we build.
right. I said this when I found out we were sinking all those ships and everybody was making jokes about how they're now all hanging out at the bottom of the ocean. I was like, you know what? We should be putting commercials together to make all the green people really, really happy and show them all the new reefs we've created.
Yeah.
But
America cares, y'all.
America cares. All right. Well, on that note, we probably should go ahead and take the break as soon as I can figure out where I hid the break at. Hang on. That wasn't it, I don't think. Where did I hide the break? I have too many tabs on this page now, so I have to clean some stuff up one of these days. I'll remember to do it eventually. But it's weird because I can normally see where it's going, and I can't see it now. It'll normally show me the last thing I had up.
On the YouTubes?
Okay, I think I found it now.
There you go.
All right, there we go. All right, we're going to take the break. We'll be right back. This is Rick and Orty. Part 1 is in the books. Part 2 underway on the backside. And then we have Edge of Liberty coming up after this. So hang out. We're not done yet. Hang on. I got to remember to unmute the site first, though, because I forgot I was hanging out with Gene. Me trying to push buttons. Take 2.
Captain, there are doubts regarding your ability to lead them. The men lead them. There are doubts in your ability. There's too many blinds in your analogy. Lieutenant, there is talk pertaining interpretation of problems. Describe them. Problems. There are doubts in your ability. There's too many blinds in your analogy. The enemy turns captain. The captain turns civilian. The lieutenant becomes casualty. The lieutenant becomes casualty. The enemy turns captain. The captain turns civilian. The lieutenant becomes casualty. The lieutenant becomes casualty. There are doubts in your ability. There's too many blinds in your analogy. There's too many doubts in your ability. There's too many blinds in your analogy.
And welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. Rick and Orty still coming at you live. So I also found something else interesting that I'm just starting to scratch the surface of. Apparently there is an effort underway to impeach Governor Walz. which couldn't happen to a nicer schlub.
I would love that. I believe it when I see it. The people of Minnesota haven't nearly as bad as California, and Virginia. But yeah, no, I hadn't heard anything about that. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, apparently it is just in the filing stages, so who knows where it's going to go. Impeachment, of course, there is a lot like it is at the national or federal level. There has to be a House carryover, and then there's a Senate hearing with a 2/3 vote to convict. So, based on their current outlook or their current makeup, I don't really see it happening. But it would be interesting to see if it at least moves into one phase or the other.
No, I mean, again, fantastic. Go for it. Hit it hard. Take your state back, Minnesota, and kick out Somalia. So, what you need to do too. So, the research that I found, we were talking about the EPA doing something that's really going to drop gas prices, and it's not something. I'm not a fan of ethanol. We are the first civilization in mankind that has actually set food on fire intentionally. I mean, aside if you don't count Sherman's March,
Creme brulee.
Right. Well, okay, fine. You got me. Jesus Christ. But anyway, so Lee Zeldin announced that a temporary emergency fuel waiver allowing nationwide sales of E15 gasoline and removing federal impediments to E10 sales.
See, I don't know how I feel about any of that.
Yeah. I mean, okay. States like California and I mean even Nevada to a lesser extent, we're already getting ethanol. So if it makes it cheaper, great. Also, he ended the 2009 greenhouse gas endangerment finding, removing all subsequent federal GHG emission standards for vehicles and engines from model years 2012 to 2027.
Wait, hang on. What was that last part again?
He's eliminated the 2009 greenhouse gas endangerment finding and removing all subsequent federal GHG emission standards for vehicles and engines from model years 2012 to 2027.
Now see that I kind of dig.
Yeah, that I'm behind. You know, some things it's like, okay, well, this is just emergency relief. That's what the ethanol thing is. But yeah, removing the GHG emission standards, fucking yeah, more of that, please.
Yeah, right. Oh, this stuff. Well, I mean, so they've done a couple of things like this that I'm completely behind because having a newer car, because I bought a new car in 2021. It was the first time I'd ever bought a car that has the built-in kill switch bullshit, where if you're sitting at a stoplight, it turns off your car. And so, interestingly enough, during the test drive, I didn't even know it had the damn thing because the guy that took us on the test drive turned it off.
Yeah.
So my now ex-wife happened to be driving the car home, and she called me panicking. She's like, "I don't know what's going on." As soon as I stopped at a stoplight, the car died. I'm like, "Look towards the bottom left. I'm pretty sure there's a switch." And yeah, but that's, I mean, dude, look, I get it. For people who drive in the city, it's supposed to maybe help with your gas mileage and stuff. But all it does, and this is coming from somebody who grew up around mechanics, spent a lot of time in shops and body shops. My son is a mechanic, and one of the first things he said when he found out we had one of those is make sure you turn that switch off every time, or you're going to be changing your starter every 6 months.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're overrunning your starter. Yeah, it's like I bought my mom a new car in 2023, and it has that, but it automatically shuts off after a half hour. And so, I mean, it's not like dying at it. I've never sat. I mean, I haven't been in an LA traffic jam in some time, but I've never sat in a place 30 minutes unless I was like winter and waiting for an appointment or something and sitting in a running car, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, the GHG thing too. Jeff just sent me this that Vermont and New York, the libs have absolutely got to be losing their mind about this. Vermont and New York are among several states reassessing clean energy targets amid energy cost rise.
Oh, no.
Yeah. See what happens when you spent 40 years talking shit about nuclear. We could be an entirely nuclear society by now.
And we should be.
Yeah, we'd have a lot of first gen plants that we'd have to be dealing with, but now with the fast breeders and lifters, and I mean, this isn't 1950s fucking nuclear tech, guys. We've moved beyond. Fukushima. Fukushima. I mean, aside from being completely wiped out by a tsunami, by an earthquake that was so large, it affected the rotation of the Earth. Yeah. So Fukushima was impossibly safe. It had 4 backup generators. Any one of them could have kicked on. It would have been fine. All 4 of them were taken out by the tsunami. How do you plan for that? Yeah, I think I said this on Men Explained Poorly, or maybe this show previously when we were talking about our Japan bros, feeling shame about Fukushima. That's like planning for an asteroid hitting a dinosaur that would be knocked over into that generator. I mean, that's like once in a 10,000 year occurrence. Yes, they're on the Pacific Rim. They're in the Ring of Fire. Of course, there's going to be earthquakes. Yes, but not that big. Yeah. And again, nobody died at Fukushima. Nobody died at 3 Mile Island. The only people who died at Chernobyl, to my memory, but again, fucking Soviet engineering, were the firefighters.
Yeah. So not that it's something that we normally talk about here on this show. This is usually more of you and Brad's thing, but I found this interesting when I saw this headline today. Apparently, the Walt Disney Company has begun layoffs, and they're starting with 1,000 employees.
Yeah, we'll probably be talking about that tomorrow. I thought you were going to talk about the Katy Perry thing. But yeah, that's, I mean, get woke, go broke. How many times can we say it? They just keep hemorrhaging money with bad ideas and bad fucking.
And the sad thing is, they're not learning their lesson. I mean, I was going to save this part for what we're watching, because the other day I just found out that they did a Malcolm in the Middle revival with him as an adult, and it's so woke that nobody's watching it because it has all the crap in there that nobody wants to watch.
Didn't even know that was happening. And
I didn't either. I found it by accident on Hulu. And I was like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. And yeah, I watched it. There's like, I think 2 or 3 episodes that are up so far, but it's all about all the things that nobody wants to talk about. There's a non-binary child that do you remember? I don't remember if you ever watched. I don't know if you ever watched the original Malcolm in the Middle, but the kid that they had right towards the end of the show, yeah, she's non-binary now.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Cast by committee. What are you doing, Freddie?
Although I did enjoy. There was one episode where I think his name's Hal. I think I don't remember.
Bryan Cranston.
Anyway, Cranston. He goes into this dispensary, and I think he's actually taking psychedelics because the dude's trying to parse out and make sure he gives him the right dose, and is like grabbed a couple out of the tray and is like looking at him to see which one's going to be the best one. And he just grabs the rest of them and just downs them and spends the entire episode just
tripping balls.
So that one I actually enjoyed that one. The rest of them, I could kind of take it or leave it. But yeah, so
yeah.
But yeah, layoffs happening in Disney, of course. Now apparently not only have the Starfleet Academy sets been torn down, but apparently rumor has it the Strange New World sets have been torn down, which means Star Trek Year One is probably not going to be a thing. There's now an IMDb page for Star Trek. I don't remember what the hell it's called, but it's a continuation of the Bakula aspect of things.
Yeah.
So they may or may not be doing that one. But
I've seen JRC talking about that.
I think right now, I think Paramount's going back to doing movies for a while. From what I'm hearing, they've apparently hired the guys that did Spider-Man: Homecoming,
and
were the helmsman for the D&D thing that everybody loved, to do a movie for kind of trying to wipe away most of the Kurtzman era. So,
I mean, yeah, it's get that, and to think that they're, it's kind of like how we joke about how the prequels don't look so bad in hindsight of everything that has come after, except for Andor and the first couple seasons of Mando. Yeah, I mean, going back and tapping into the Enterprise, that's going to be nostalgia berries, because while that show was done dirty with its final episode, still.
Well, I mean, part of that, and we've talked about this on the show, part of it is because the showrunners didn't even want to do the show in the first place. They just took it for the paycheck. And then they brought in a showrunner in season 3 and season 4 that actually wanted to do something with the show. And that was when it actually did start trying to pick up a little bit of steam. But by then the damage was already done, because there was a shakeup at Paramount, and they absolutely hated sci-fi, and they were killing anything to do with sci-fi, including Star Trek Enterprise. The one thing that I do like about this proposed project, if it goes the way that it's supposed to, there has been a fan fiction rumor for years that the shadow guy in the Temporal Cold War was actually Archer's character trying to fix things that were broken. And there's supposed to be a scene where President Archer is talking to Shadow Archer and be like, look, this is what we now know you have done. Stop your shit. And if they do, then the theory is that Shadow Archer interfering in the main timeline is what's led to all the Kurtzman bullshit. And if they get him to quit, they can make it all go away, which would be kind of awesome.
Let's do that.
Now, see, it's one of the, it's time travel trope, and I get it. And a lot of folks are like, "Oh no, not another time travel thing." But if you fix the nightmare that we've gone through since 2015, and actually a little bit beyond that, because look, I'll give them credit. The first reboot for the Star Trek movies wasn't exactly terrible. The rest of them I could do without. I enjoyed the fact that they were smart enough to say, "Hey, this is going to happen in an alternate timeline, so nobody can yell at us about canon." But then they brought then they brought in video game bullshit.
Hey, this just came from Jeff. This just came from Jeff over on Discord. So Captain Archer is going to put right what once went wrong.
Exactly. Somebody actually made the joke that the entire series should be Shadow Archer leaping into the past and seeing
Sam Beckett leaping into the future to fix.
Dude, I have said for a long time that if they had done an actual just we want to get it done finale, they should have shown Captain Archer leaping off of the bridge and then showing who it actually was, and it not being Scott Bakula anymore. That would have been like nostalgia berries on crack, and everybody would have been going nuts, because that's still one of his all-time favorite roles. None of his other roles have really stuck. That one stuck. Everything else has been kind of like, yeah, he's good in it, but it wasn't great. I mean, I liked him in Enterprise. It took me a little bit, and I've talked about this before. I didn't enjoy the show in first run. Now that I can watch it whenever I want, I enjoy the show. There are parts of it that I'm like, yeah, I think I'm going to skip around a little bit, because some of it is a little dry in the beginning, but I did like some of it. The only thing that really pissed me off about that show from the beginning was knowing that so much of it was different than the history that they talked about in the original series, because there weren't supposed to be view screens yet. There weren't supposed to be fancy looking ships. They were supposed to be basically spheres with cylinders and warp nacelles that barely functioned and all these different things. But everybody, well, we have to make the ship look like something people are going to recognize. And for those of us that actually wanted the realism of it, we're looking at it going, this is not anything like what they told us it was going to be. But, that's when I started coming up with my own headcanon that everything from Enterprise forward was actually in an alternate timeline. And in my estimation, the fact that they tied First Contact into Enterprise actually makes that bear fruit, in my opinion. So again, that's been another reason why I've actually been able to watch New Trek without completely just bashing my own head in, because I'm like, it's an alternate timeline, it has to be. But yeah, if we could make that go away, that would be great.
All of it.
Anyway, so what have you been watching?
Yeah. Fucking nothing, man. I am just okay. I'm gonna dump Fallout to get into Daredevil, because everybody keeps telling me about Daredevil. So I just have to pull that trigger. But seriously, the last few weeks, as soon as I get in bed, I am fucking out. And I don't know why. I mean, I'm sleeping great, but it's like I think it's because I've been keeping my work schedule. And so getting up at 4 and then going to bed at 10. Yeah. So that might have something to do with it. Because I've been staying up later to, chat with the Japan bros and then, fight retards as I am wont to do. And so Twitter is cutting into my viewing, but I keep trying to start Fallout and I want to watch it and I hear it's good. And it's not that it's boring. It's just as soon as my head is hitting the pillow, I am fucking out. So that's been my problem. I know I got to get on it because I'm really making this segment drag. Not watching anything, but
yeah, I mean, lucky for you, I usually can carry you, especially lately.
Yeah, because you got like 4 or 5 things going on at once, especially since you started doing this full time. So yeah.
But yeah, so I guess for me, I just watched the most recent episode of The Rookie. Didn't really enjoy it very much. They tried to do one of those found footage kind of things, which they've done one of those episodes before. There were a couple of interesting callbacks in it, though. I'm not going to give any spoilers, but for those who like the show, if you haven't seen it yet, I do encourage you to watch it. Another one that I've been getting into is, and for some reason I can never think, High Potential, I think is the English version of the title of the show, because the French version is High Intelligence Potential. That one took me a while to get into, but it's kind of cool and quirky, and it's somebody who has a really good memory who, winds up becoming a police consultant, and I'm like, damn it, why didn't I think of that? But anyway. So that one's been kind of fun to watch. And then, like I said, I did watch the most recent 3-episode drop of the new Malcolm in the Middle kind of continuation, because I don't really want to call it a reboot, because it's he's older now and so is everybody else. But mostly lately, I have to admit, and I think it's because of everything that's been happening on X and Twitter with our Japan bros, I've been watching a lot of anime. A lot of anime. And I forgot how much I actually enjoy anime, because I used to be kind of picky about it. But now I just and I mean, there's cheese in it, but it's enjoyable cheese. And I usually put it on right when I'm ready to start trying to go to sleep, because there's not a lot of, oh my God, I'm never going to be able to sleep because I'm going to keep watching every episode. Because eventually I'm just like, I can come back and watch this later. But yeah, some of it's been a lot of fun. So I'm really enjoying Crunchyroll. I'm glad I found it, because I'm
gonna have to look into that.
That one, honestly, it still annoys me. Like, there was one I was watching the other day, and it does this all the time. It'll only have supposedly the English versions, and then so I'll watch the first couple episodes, and then the third episode came on, and it was in Korean, and I'm like, dude, there's not even an option to pick an English one. What the hell? So I just skipped, and the next one was English again. So I'm like, I only missed 25 minutes. What the hell?
And that one was vital to the plot. Now you have no idea what's going on.
Probably, because I kind of lost interest in that one about 2 or 3 episodes later. So I'm pretty sure the part that was in the other language was kind of important, and I didn't know. So. Yeah, but yeah. So.
One quick thing too, because this just popped up on my radar right before we went on the show. I forgot to mention it. According to the American Spectator, the Canadian government is projected to save over $1 trillion by killing people with mental illness. And my comment to that was, Canada becomes conservative one maid at a time.
I don't think they realize that, though. So you're probably about to find out. Canada's about... So we talk about the fuck around and find out game a lot on this show. Canada's about to play the longest running version ever, I think, and I don't think they're going to like the end results very much. We probably will, but I don't think they're going to.
Well, the longest version ever was China's 2-child policy.
Yeah,
and this one's gonna.
Good point. But yeah, this one might rival that one or come close. So
right. Well, I mean, Canada's China anyway. That's why we call it Vancouver.
I've heard you call it that before, but I haven't ever called it I went
Adopt
to Vancouver. I went to Vancouver once when I think I was maybe 12 or 13 years old. I actually kind of enjoyed it, but then again, how long ago was that? I'm about to be 53,
Right.
so that was 40 fucking years ago.
84 years ago.
7 months ago. Yeah.
So, but yeah. So who we get on deck tonight? BZ?
No, we have Sean up next.
Oh, that's right. Sean's on. Yeah, I had a great time on Lyle's show the other day. That was a lot of fun.
Dude, and
my SHR.
Well, and the sad thing is I had been trying to orchestrate having your cherry pop with SHR on Sunday night because BZ has actually started an occasional conspiratainment show. And he was actually so excited about the one that he did Thursday that he was going to try to do another one on Sunday. And I'm like, hey, maybe we could do a crossover. And then he wound up having really bad tinnitus, so we couldn't make that happen. And I was sad. But anyway.
The sads. Yeah.
Sads. But yeah, when I realized that you were on Lyle's show, I was like, this could be a sign of the apocalypse or something.
Yeah, Jeff said, oh, Horty's back.
Horty's back. Back again.
Which is funny because thinking about it, it's like this week, I had, aside from Monday, I've got a show every night this week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So remember when back in the days we tried to avoid that? I kind of like it. Kind of works out though because I do get a break week.
Yeah,
sort of.
Yeah, like every other week you do like one show, and then the other week you're like, oh my god, I got so many.
But that's all right. Yeah.
All right. So where can folks find you, my friend?
Well, let's see. Tomorrow you can find me on the Culture Shift with Brad right here on X and KLRNRadio, our bi-weekly deep dive into the business side of the entertainment industry. On Friday, you can find me on the Curse of Stephaneros, our D&D production with Jeff as the DM and myself, Vincent Charles, Janie Mack, Delaney, and the EP as players. Saturday, you can find me on Juxtaposition with you. Wait, is that this Saturday? Yeah, it is. And I think we're going to try and do the makeup of the one we couldn't do with you, me, and Jeff doing the space, Artemis and that stuff. Then Sunday, you can find me on the Vincent Charles Project, where we will be doing The Great Escape. Fuck.
So how did Robot Jocks go? I didn't get to listen for very long.
It was fantastic. It was so good. I love that movie so many. Yeah, it's... I mean, you got dude that played Spock's dad in all the Star Treks, Sarek, and
you mean Mark Leonard?
No, the other one. Fuck, hang on.
Oh, his name was Mark Leonard.
Hang, bringing up the IMDb. Gary Graham.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. He's the star in that. And then, yeah, it's just, it's good. Good, stupid fun.
I didn't think Mark Leonard was in Robot Jocks. I was really confused for a second. But I don't remember Gary Graham playing Sarek either. He played a Vulcan in Enterprise, but I don't remember him playing Sarek.
Yeah. Wasn't that Spock's dad that he played in Enterprise?
No, he was an ambassador. Not that ambassador.
Okay. Never mind. But yeah, so he played Vulcan in Enterprise. So yeah.
I mean, he was already old enough at that point that they actually could have done it that way, but that wasn't who he played. I think his name was Saval, I think, if memory serves.
Yeah, you're right. It was Saval. But yeah, no, he also played I think he's been in every version of Trek in one way or another. I'd have to dig into it.
Yeah, he also
and Jeffrey Combs. Jeffrey Combs is in Robot Jocks too in the beginning. So,
oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And,
yeah, my favorite role for him before I saw him in Enterprise was when he did Alien Nation, when he played the.
God, that's right. He was in Alien Nation too. That was a great TV show. We don't talk about that one enough.
I liked it
Might have
better
to
than
see
the
if
movie.
it's- Yeah, no, it was a lot better than the movie. Because reasons anyway. But yeah, so that's what I got going on this week. How about you? What do you got going on?
Not much of anything, and we're already late. So go find me on X. You can find me at RowdyRick73. You can find our schedule at KLRNRadio.com. But I gotta change gears now because Sean is live. So we'll see you guys when we see you. I'm gonna change over to that right now, and I hope everybody enjoys what is left of your Wednesday night. And thank you so much for hanging out with us. And we'll see you when we see you. Bye, everybody.
Hail Hydra. Team No Pants.
No hailing of the Hydra. I will agree with Team No Pants, but no hailing of the Hydra. Okay, something went wrong here. What did I do? Okay, there we go.
Get ready for truth bombs, belly laughs, the kind of accent that turns car into a 2-syllable adventure. Here's your host, Sean.
It is April the 15th, 2026. Thank you for joining us. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. It can't hurt you. It doesn't cost you nothing. But if you have a couple bucks to burn, you can go to SHI Media, grab some swag. Just click on the 250 Reasons shirt at the very top. 250 Reasons to read source documents. Oh. Why, thank you to Big E. It is. How weird. No, hold on. No, it says everything should be normal. I'm being told there's problems with my audio. Everything is set up appropriately. Mm-hmm. Double check in. Yeah. No, everything's good. I don't know what's going on. If it's a problem, I'll try to fix it, but I can't right now. I get a lot to talk about tonight. Hopefully the audio issue isn't so bad. Let me cut the background noise way back. Maybe that'll help. Mission Ready Men's in the chat room. You get in the chat room too, shrmedia.com. Rowdy Rick says, sounded good on my end. The loop is annoying, though. Tough shit. I don't know. Tough shit. I appreciate you letting me know the audio is good. It is you, Mission Ready Men. See, you got me all nervous, and you're the problem. It's not me this time. Normally, it's me. I admit I am regularly a problem in this world. But this, my friend, is not it. I am going to talk about the California gubernatorial race now that a certain someone is not in it anymore. I do really want to talk about what's going on with Tim Walz because that's suddenly interesting and amazingly quiet. But first, the Swalwell fallout just continues. Rowdy Rick in the chat says you are the problem, not just that problem. I am the problem, sir. Fully admit to it. I have no issue with that. So the Swallout story is Swalwell. Swallout, fallout, Swalwell, Falwell. It is really starting to look like it's the tip of the iceberg. Because we have the Ruben Gallegos aspect of this. And remember, they were roommates when they were living in D.C. Gallego went on the other day and gave a really weird interview about how, we hid it from them, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, there's pictures of them with their shirts off together in the backyard, opening champagne. There's no way that Ruben Gallegos can sit here and say with a straight face He had no idea what's going on. Now, I know the video in the hotel room. I know a lot of speculation. I can't confirm that. But what I can almost guarantee is that Ruben Gallegos knew Swalwell was who he was. And as if I didn't just speculate on that, look at this interview Gallegos gave today and look at how just twitchy he is.
I don't know what's going on with his family, but it's definitely a horrible situation for family. They're using that as a cover to attack me right now because they can't do it. They couldn't take back 2024 because they ran a horrible race. But now this is what they want to do. They just want to hurt me as much as they can. Presidents.
I first and foremost, didn't Ruben Gallegos like leave his wife when she was like 72 months pregnant or some ridiculous something ridiculous like that? Like, I love how he's playing an angel right now and innocent when he's not. Like I said, he may not have partook, if you will, with what Swalwell is doing. I can't prove that yet. There's not enough evidence out there to prove that yet. But for him to act like he's this innocent human being and this really good person and how they're using this to attack me, you put yourself in that situation. You know, that's like me saying that it's somebody else's fault that I'm a little fat. Nobody shoved the fork in my hands. Nobody grabbed my hand and forced the fork with cake on it to my mouth and put. No. I'm like this. Yeah, there's some injuries that played a part in it. But overall, I'm like this because of me, Mr. Gallegos. You're being attacked because of you. It's not they're using it because they lost an election. No, we're living in the present. You want to bring it back to an election, but we're living in the present. You clearly knew what the fuck Swalwell was doing, or you had to have some idea, or you are the dumbest human being to ever exist to suggest you didn't know your roommate was up to all this shit. Your buddy that you hung out with all the time, your pal, you didn't know he was that. So are you that dumb? And if so, maybe you should resign from the Senate for being so fucking stupid. It's intolerable. Guy who goes DeLorean goes way past 88 miles an hour if you catch my meaning, Mr. Frodo. Listening Post Studios in the chat. It, in fact, goes way more. Boyd McPhail in the chat says, I think a few more are going to go down, especially if Mace can get the slush fund open. We're going to talk about the slush fund. I have that tuned up because I think that's an important piece. Let's listen to and watch Gallegos. Watch his body movements in this. Now, admittedly, tonight, I went out to dinner with friends and had a couple of cocktails before dinner. So my body might be a little exaggerated. My words might be a little exaggerated. I'm admitting that I had a couple of cocktails before I came on the air. I'm really proud of that, actually. I'm not even like, that's not even like a thing of embarrassment. I'm like, no, I had a couple of cocktails. It was great. Watch Gallegos' body language and watch all of his furtive gestures. I wish I had a one of those body movement experts that will explain all of this. But I think if you're just a normal human being watching this, you can realize how fucked up he is in this situation right now.
Anything else like that? I don't care. We're going to wait. And that's not even a thing right now. The most important thing is I want to protect my family. I want to protect my family's reputation. And this is why we're talking about right now.
Senator, you've gone on trips, on vacations, officially, unofficially. You've gone out, presumably, with the congressman. You've never even witnessed him, I don't know, engaging in an affair?
No.
Never.
What about no?
How do you explain some of the photos?
No follow-up allowed there. Just no. Look at how I've seen Ruben Gallegos interviewed a lot. His body posture is entirely different in this interview because he's nervous, and he should be nervous from what some of the rumors are.
So online, I know you addressed one, but there is another one that shows both of you without shirts. I mean, how do you address some of those compromising photos?
We were on a beach.
Yeah, I think you were in the desert and on some camels.
It was a beach and a camel, but it's a beach. Yeah.
It's just a beach. It's a beach. Don't worry about it. It's just a beach. Boyd in the chat room says, when was the last time your buddy never told you about the girls he did? Even if it's not, that's a really great point, Boyd, because even if they don't get into really tight details, you can still see it. Like we all had that friend who you never really knew what his dating relationship was. You just knew he was going out with girls, but you knew he was into something, right? You knew like he's still going out and stuff. He just doesn't bring them around, probably because they're like mopeds. A lot of fun to variety of friends find out. But you knew something was there. There's no way you can share a house with a dude that you're partying with on a regular basis. And look, I mean, if you ever had roommates when you were younger, I had roommates. My roommate knew everything that we were doing. I knew everything that he was doing. We were going out and partying. That's just life. That's just reality. This interview, he's just, God. I've interviewed a lot of guilty people, and I'm not saying he's guilty of anything because I've yet to see the evidence to prove it. So it's all speculation, admittedly. I've interviewed a lot of people guilty of things and crimes back in the day. And the body language isn't that much different than what we're seeing here, but I digress.
What were the it was flirty. That was flirty.
And that was when? About what year was it?
I mean, that was through. We've heard that. We've heard that throughout.
Senator, you just said. Thank you so much. I want to clarify because in the beginning,
I know we'll go back there.
In the beginning, you said when you first heard these rumors a few weeks ago, that's when you called him. Then you said you've heard these rumors for years. So which one is it, Senator?
So I heard rumors of him being flirty,
and that wasn't
flirty. Now, and look, Listening Post brought up a good point. Jokingly, he says, he says so much coke he sees polar bears in his dreams. Gallego isn't fast forward here. When I first saw this interview, I thought it was sped up because, sometimes just for the sake of time, they'll put it to like 1.5 speed and it's just quick enough that you can notice something's off. This is real time. Watch how he's answering questions. Watch how he's bouncing all over the place.
An issue enough for you to not trust him to watch your kids or be close with him?
Because, you hear this, and then when you're close to somebody and you know his wife, you see this. You see that relationship. You know that, it maybe just isn't true.
Have you asked him about it prior to this few weeks?
I asked him about it a few weeks ago when it started coming up online. Yes.
Yes, you in the back, you in the front, you in the side, you on the other side, you behind me. Oh my God, the spiders are all over me. The whole interview is weird. Go check it out if you have a chance. I'm not going to spend too much time on it because Gallegos is not the story per se right now. He's part of it, but he's not necessarily the story. What is the story? And Bill Melugin over at Fox News, who I really like Bill Melugin. I don't watch Fox News anymore. I follow Bill Melugin on social media. Bill Melugin posted this, and it says, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department says the alleged SA of Lana Drews, remember that name because I'm going to be speaking about that shortly, by Eric Swalwell took place in 2018 in the 900 block of Hammond Street. This comes back to the Montrose Hotel. Campaign finance expert RP Rob Pyers has flagged the travel expense from Swalwell's campaign at that time with FEC records showing Swalwell for Congress spent $361 in travel expenses at the Montrose Hotel on July 18, 2018. And here it is. And that's part of the FEC. That's all legit. Not making that up. He's not making that up. You can see the payment right there to Montrose. So I brought up a name, and of course that name is Lana Drews, who gave an interview, and she's the one making the allegations so far. And I'm going to start playing her interview. I'm not going to interrupt it. I'm not going to, let me rephrase that. I may stop it here and there and comment, and that's not to do any injustice to her interview. It's just because there are some things I want to point out that I noticed during the interview. First and foremost, I believe the credibility. He is making the Hemio Covenant look slow. He is. I believe the credibility. I know that won't mean a lot to people, but I when you have interviewed victims before, and I've interviewed victims of this sort of incident before, it's very easy to tell right from the get-go if there is emotion involved in the interview or if somebody's going through the steps. Now, first to admit, people can fake their way through anything. Yes, that does happen. I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm also not saying that's what's happening here. So as I play the interview, I do want to give her time, and I will stop it with comments here and there.
My name is Lana Drews. In 2018, while I was living and working as a model in Beverly Hills, and I also owned a fashion software company, I had contact with Eric Swalwell on 3 separate occasions after meeting him socially.
So, and I know the volume's a little hard, so I'm just going to roll through it really quick. She gave her background. She was in the fashion industry. She had a fashion website. She's met Swalwell a few times socially, but she met him 3 other times, what sounds like a one-on-one situation. And I am going to paraphrase a little bit. You can go watch the whole interview, but I know the volume's a little soft. It's the loudest I can get it right now.
He offered me connections to further my software company. And I also had an interest in local politics.
So he offered her the ability to expand her company that she's trying to build. And she had an interest in local politics. And of course, Eric, being just the entrepreneurial giving guy that he is, looked at her and said, yeah, I want to help you with that.
He invited me to 2 public events. I knew he was married at the time and that his wife was pregnant. He was my friend.
So what she was saying is, at the time, she knew who he was, she knew what he was about, but she said she was under the impression that they were friends.
The 3rd occasion, I believe he drugged my drink. I only had 1 glass of wine. We were supposed to go to a political event, and he said he needed to get paperwork from his hotel room. When I arrived at his hotel room, I was already incapacitated.
So to summarize, they stopped somewhere. They were supposed to go to a political event. They had a glass of wine. She believes that he slipped something into her drink because she felt like she was incapacitated by the time they got back to the hotel room that Swalwell suddenly thought he had to go to get paperwork to go to the political event.
And I couldn't move my arms or my body. He raped me. And he choked me. And while he was choking me, I lost consciousness.
Okay. So she said, essentially, they get to the hotel room. The effects of the whatever she believed was slipped into her drink took over, and she was unable to move her extremities. He then assaulted her, apparently choked her, even though she couldn't move, to the point that she lost consciousness. And again, this is her story, not mine. But if you watch her body language in stark contrast to Gallegos, the one thing you're seeing, and you see this a lot with SA victims when they tell their story, because no matter how much therapy they get and how much support that they get, oftentimes they still feel like they did something wrong. And when she's speaking, you can see that in her voice. She feels like which she didn't, obviously. She obviously did nothing to deserve this. Nobody does. Nobody can. This is pure predatory monster behavior by an individual that she's alleging did this, which of course is Eric Swalwell. So it starts painting a very graphic and very monstrous portrait of a guy. And look, I've made my jokes about Swalwell, about being a dork, all this other stuff. Monday night I spent a whole night talking about it. The amount of anger that this develops inside me to see somebody be victimized like this by another human being. I don't care if it's male, 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 female, 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 whatever. To be victimized like this, it is off the charts, and it should be for any normal person. If what she is saying is true, this was not, we had a couple of drinks and I did something I wish I hadn't. This was, I went out with a friend, and the next thing I know, I couldn't move, and he attacked me and did it apparently in a brutal, brutal nature.
And I thought I died. I did not consent to any sexual activity. Although I did not undergo a rape kit at the time, I disclosed the assault to the people closest to me. I also recorded these events in my handwritten calendar.
So she said she kept tabs. She did not obviously go to the police at the time. She did not get an SA kit done at a hospital. And this is also common when the suspect or the attacker is somebody who has power or power over an individual. Power in general. A lot of famous people, think back to Harvey Weinstein, Bill Clinton, right? That image of power, or that ability to hold power or claim you have power, or even just portray power, is sometimes enough to intimidate victims to not speak up and not come forward. Because even without saying the words, it's not going to go anywhere, do you know who I am? That's what it does. That's what it says. It says, I'm so powerful, even if you go somewhere, this isn't going to go anywhere. And even if there's nothing overtly said like that, that's how the victim often feels when the suspect, the perpetrator, is a powerful human being. Remember, Swalwell, as much as he is a shithead and a piece of garbage, is a sitting member of Congress, and at that time was pretty elevated in the spotlight of Congress. I mean, you remember, you have to think, out of all the House of Representatives members there are, you always come to the same 10 or 20 in your head because they're the most powerful ones. They're the most vocal ones. They're on all the big boards. They're the ones doing interviews. They're the ones doing all these daises where they have people in front and they question them in committees and whatnot. That portrayal of power to a young, impressionable person cannot be overstated. I'll let her continue.
The assault and its impact were later documented during my therapy sessions at a sexual assault center in Connecticut.
So she went to a therapy session for people who are victims of this type of crime. And I've already seen some people, and of course there's a lot of trolls. Oh, this isn't real, blah, blah, blah. That's a lot of mock-up for a false allegation. You don't fly across the country and start attending meetings and therapy sessions because you're trying to set something up to come out, 8 years later or whatever it is, and make an allegation.
It had a profound impact on my mental health.
Of course.
I self-medicated in an unhealthy way. I did not want to live anymore.
This is also very, very common with victims of SA. The self-medication, feeding into the shame, feeding into the guilt, even though they've done nothing. It's hard when you get into your head. And I've never been in that situation. I'm just talking about in life sometimes, just normal everyday mistakes that you make. It's hard to get it out of your head. Never mind when you're victimized like this. And she admits at one point she thought she didn't want to live anymore.
I cried all the time for years. At the time, I was in a dating relationship with a boyfriend I was fully committed to. I've never cheated in my life, and I would never have engaged in a consensual sexual encounter with Eric Swalwell.
So, and she said, and there's a couple more minutes, but this is the gist of it. Because I want you to actually go look up the interview and let her tell her story. But she said, look, at the time I was in a committed relationship. She thought this was a friendship business thing. She would not have gone through with it had she not been drugged, and that it was a result of what Swalwell did that led her to be able to not defend herself and stop the attack. This is we were talking Monday night about how more is going to come out and how this is going to have massive waves throughout Congress. And it's looking more and more like it's true. And it's gone from Swalwell, for me, has gone from a joke that was just easy to poke fun at to somebody who brings up absolute anger inside me to think about who he is as a person. We all knew he was a liar politically. Hell, he lied about living in California because he rented a 1-bedroom apartment, he said, in order to qualify and be governor. We knew Eric Swalwell was a liar. But he's also a predator. I saw the fart joke. Oh, he farted on national TV, and we all, ha, 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 Eric fart well. We made fun of all of his stupid videos, him getting out of the pool and lifting weights and saying bullshit over and over again and trying to act like a tough guy. And I said, well before any of this ever came out, that he was such a nerd that his whole life that once he got power, he was dangerous, and he thought he was bigger than what he really was. And if what she said is true in her statement and her allegations, and the statement and notes and everything else that she gave to the sheriff's department, if what she said is true, he is well beyond a joke. He is a disgusting, garbage human being. And I joked Monday or Tuesday on social media that I hope somebody takes his shoelaces away, because I don't trust him to have the stones and the guts to face this head on and deal with it like a man. And I absolutely believe that. I don't think he does. And honestly, if he was in custody, it would be better off. Obviously, a lot of things have to take place for that to happen. But I wouldn't be shocked. I said the best thing that he could do on his way out the door is start naming names. And that brings us to the Congressional Slush Fund. This isn't just a one-off. And I know I get 2 minutes left. But you have to remember, Congress has an entire fund that you and I don't have access to anything in it for the most part, to pay off alleged victims of SA and actual victims to go away and essentially put them in a non-disclosure so they can't speak about it and they get paid money. Some of the victims who've been paid out of that was the victims of the victim of Joe Biden and many others. He does have 2 investigations, Boyd, one in California and the one in New York. Both of them are monstrous. But when you have such a problem in your body, such as Congress does, that you have a fucking slush fund to shut people up. And I'll tell you, I've seen this working in law enforcement, I've seen this in a lot of other places. You say, hey, this bad thing happened, and they show up with a check, have you sign a form, give you a little bit of money, and make you go away. And a lot of people just jump on that. It used to make me mad because I can tell friends who have been involved in an arrest. I remember one specifically. The guy was fighting him the whole time. They were in an alley, yada, yada, yada. As he was cuffing the guy's wrist got broken because they were fighting. Handcuffs are not soft. The guy's wrist got broken. But it was in a legitimate use of force in which that happened. And because it costs more money to litigate that in court than it does to give the person $5,000 and have them sign a form saying they'll never sue again, the departments just show up with the check, sign $5,000, and walk away. So the fact that all of Congress has this in their back pocket, and it's sad, but people like Swalwell assumed that should they get caught up in this sort of activity, which he did, that he would just be able to turn around and the slush fund would take care of it and go away. It's kind of like a weird get out of free card, except it's a taxpayer Amex. You take a break. Please do me a favor, like and subscribe to the channel. You can follow us, shrmedia.com, for more information. Thank you to our friends over at KLRN for the simulcast. Be back right after this.
Conservative media done right. You're listening to the SHR Media Network.
Welcome to the SHR Media Shop. This is not just merch, it is a statement. SHR Media is built as a rebellion against the mainstream. We deliver truth without a filter or permission. When you wear our gear, you are standing for liberty and unapologetic free thought. Every piece is a badge of support for independent journalism. Wear it loud, wear it proud. Support the mission and join the rebellion at the SHR Media web store.
Are you looking for a way to boldly express your faith and love for your country? Then check out Seven Armors, the premier apparel company for patriotic men of God, where faith meets freedom in style. Our t-shirts are more than just clothing, they're statements. Bold, stylish, and meaningful. From timeless messages to modern designs, we've got something for every patriotic man of God. Wear your beliefs proudly with Seven Armors gear. Don't miss the chance to wear your faith and freedom on your sleeve. Visit 7armors.com today and join the movement. That's the number 7armors.com.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
Welcome to the Reaver of Common Sense, where we cut through the noise of news and politics with a sharp edge. Tune in every Monday and Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a refreshing dose of reality. We fearlessly tackle the tough topics with no nonsense, just pure common sense. Visit shrmedia.com to discover where you can catch the Reaver in action. He is here to amplify your inner logic. He may not always be polite. He may not always be refined. But one thing is for sure, he always tells it like it is. The Reaver of Common Sense.
Welcome back to the Edge of Liberty right here on the SHI Media Network. Now, Swalwell's out as congressman and, of course, as a gubernatorial candidate, and that leaves a vacant hole because Swalwell was leading among Democrats, and he was the biggest challenger to both Chad Bianco and Steve Hilton. I'm talking just front runners here tonight. There are plenty of other candidates that are great out there. I'm not even sold on either one, Hilton or Bianco. I have my issues with both of them, like I said. There are other great independent, non-party people running. Look up Daniel Mercury. Smart guy, great guy, honest, truthful. Somebody should be considered, but I don't tell you who to vote for, and I never will. I just tell you to look at all the options. But I did want to bring up who's left on the Democrat side. The two biggest names, of course. The first one is Katie Porter. Now, being of Irish descent, you think I would approve the use of mashed potatoes as weapons, but I do not, especially in a domestic violence situation. But we all know Katie Porter's story. The allegation that she was in an argument with her husband and they had boiling mashed potatoes or steaming hot mashed potatoes and dumped it on his head, which, by the way, is usually a felony, believe it or not. But Katie Porter and Tom Steyer are both now trying to absorb as many Swalwell voters as they can get because they need the numbers. Katie Swalwell went on X the other day and said the allegations against Congressman Swalwell are horrifying. I will agree with her there. I'm thinking of the courageous women who have come forward to share their stories. We believe you and we stand with you. And then the community note is amazing. Katie Porter is an alleged domestic abuser who poured scalding hot potatoes on her ex-husband's head. She's also been seen on camera verbally berating staff and for minor slights and has been described as abusive herself. Now, let's look into Katie Porter for a little bit, because outside the mashed potatoes and outside the video that we've all seen of her scolding somebody for getting in her background and was actually trying to correct her so she didn't say something wrong, Katie Porter is trying to portray herself as just an everyday Joe in California, just somebody just trying to get through. She put out a post today that I have, and she's talking about, as a single mom, I know how hard it is to pay for college, because her next big scam that she's trying to pass is free college again in California state universities, which it used to be free, and the Democrats took that away, I'm pretty sure. And now she wants to use that, as all Democrats have to do, to try to buy votes. Oh, young people, we're not doing well with young people. Young people, we will send you to school for free, versus making a change that actually makes life affordable for you, because we're Democrats and we can't do that. So how are we going to do that? Naturally, we're going to tax the rich, because the rich suck, the rich are monsters, blah, 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 blah. And that's her hook on this. But what you may not know is Katie Porter is not the middle-class working single mom she says she is. As a matter of fact, that's kind of the furthest thing from Katie Porter. Katie Porter went to school at the Phillips Academy in Andover, Massachusetts, which is a college preparatory school. I grew up not far from Andover, Massachusetts, right next to Boston. And I will tell you, I never met any poor kids that went to the Phillips Academy. As a matter of fact, they were all well off. The Phillips Academy was literally that's where all the rich kids send their kids to go to school. They drive 40 minutes, 50 minutes a day just to go there, and it also boarded. When she got out of there, she went to undergraduate at Yale, that little community college, Yale. And then she went to a 4-year state school called Harvard Law School. I'm sure it's not super expensive and really selective to get into, yada, 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 and that you need influence and power. And she was able to actually get into the law school there. And then, because, she's just a hard-working, everyday gal with no temper or anger issues whatsoever, she got a federal-level internship with Chuck Grassley, i.e., that is the open door to which she enters politics. So she goes to Phillips Academy, where they probably had steak for dinner every single night of the week. She goes to Yale, fucking Yale, and she was at some special group college in Yale. It wasn't just Yale regular. It was some special, I forget the name of it, but it was named after a person. They later changed the name because they said he was a white supremacist, which if he was, I'm sure he was. I'm not arguing that part. but it was very exclusive, is my point. Then she gets in with Chuck Grassley, and she's just a normal working class person. She spent a significant amount of her career in government office. She took a brief stint at a private practice called Stoll Reeves before she was appointed in 2012 by AG of California at the time, Kamala Harris, to a high-level state position to monitor mortgage service compliance. And then she did what every single person who works in government defending people or allegedly defending people from big, mean, nasty business does. She went and worked for big, mean, nasty business. Oaken Financial, who is characterized by many as debt collectors who aggressively pursue homeowners, is who she went to work for a short amount of time, utilizing her state mortgage oversight knowledge to be able to leverage for that company. Just an everyday person, just looking out for the little guy her whole career, right? But what's really troubling about mashed potatoes, Katie Porter, is it's not the fact that she is a typical government bureaucrat with the history of a typical government bureaucrat has. She's everything she's claiming she's not. But she's an asshole on top of it. And a roaring asshole to boot. She's not like a shrewd business person. She's not matter of fact. No, she's just fucking mean. And she tries her videos lately. She released another video today. Luckily, there was nobody in her shot in the background or she would have lost her shit. She tries to portray herself as like bob haircut, single mom, and I'm just getting through life and barely blah, 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 blah. People forget about her past. Way back when she was a rep, Politico, which is not a right-leaning rag whatsoever, it's a leftist outlet, stated that people that worked for her reportedly characterized her as terrible boss and, according to some people, racist as well. WAPO, Washington Post, another left-leaning rag, interviewed 8 former employees. They described Porter as domineering and recounted multiple instances of mistreatment, former staffers' experiences where she berated them to tears. Reporters have also documented where the video we all saw where she's screaming at the person in the background that was working with her. After those allegations went out, and I'm sure she doesn't want you to look this up or share it or anything like that if you're in California, she then went on The View to defend herself from these allegations. And while she was on The View, she equated people attacking her for her treatment of them as the same as a woman of color would receive for discrimination. She's saying she's being discriminated against. Katie Porter's whole life has been what the left would call white privilege. Her whole life up until this point has been that. And she's not, as she's selling free college, she's not just this poor, struggling mom. Like you see real struggling moms out there trying to portray, trying to show you how hard it is. No. She works for UC Irvine as a professor. She's written books. She worked for the House where she accumulated a bunch of money. She's worth about $2.5 million liquid that we know of. That's just what's publicly documented. The house she bought is on campus at UC Irvine. They had a bunch of houses that they purchased in the area to kind of insulate members from the LA housing market. The house that she owns is a $1.3 million mansion on campus that she bought for $523,000. Essentially, she got it at a foreclosure rate. And that, like I said, that does not include the allegations of domestic violence. So she's going out there, and this is just this is all Democrats do. They portray themselves as struggling and totally connected to the middle class, yet they live a life of Riley, as we used to say back in the East Coast. They're living well. She is living high on the hog, mashed potatoes and all. And the other person who tried to fill the void is Tom Steyer. And Tom Steyer is literally everything the progressive left hates. Hands down, no questions asked. He's worth approximately $1.5 billion. He's already gone out on the whole, we must ban ICE. ICE is a criminal organization. He actually said that in a post 2 days ago or yesterday. As governor, I'll prosecute them as one. Tom Steyer is the guy that's always wanted. He's got money, and he's always wanted the political power, right? And there's some say, well, Trump did the same thing. Okay, but Trump's lost a shitload of money, and Trump's never tried to portray himself as something that he wasn't, as much as that makes people angry. We all knew Trump was rich. He didn't act like he was middle class. He said he worried about the middle class, but he didn't act like he was. He has spent over $66 million of his own money trying to elevate his power through politics. Now, again, Trump was rich. 100% yes, Trump was rich. Trump never portrayed himself as not being rich. And Trump never tried to portray himself as anything other than what Donald Trump is. He was bombastic. He never hid that. He was a shrewd business person. He never hid that. He had no problem with people being wealthy and doing well. As a matter of fact, he knows that that's what creates jobs, and it does, by and large. But he said two things can exist at the same time. We can take care of the middle class and the less rich people in this country, and still let the people who have wealth in this country keep their money so they can fund companies and businesses and entrepreneurial and all of that stuff, which so many do. Excuse me. Steyer went on to say he attacked billionaires, which he is one, which is hysterical, about how they need to get taxed more. And I don't remember who responded to him on X, and I wholly agree. Tom Steyer could sign the check tomorrow and turn over all of his wealth to the state and or federal government. He could put his money where his mouth is tomorrow. Show everybody that he's legitimate when he says certain people shouldn't have so much money and power and that you should tax the bejesus out of them. Tom, buddy, however much you think you should be paying, you can write that check. Nothing is stopping you other than the fact that you're full of shit. And this is obvious that you're full of shit. You're grifting. You're trying to automatically lock into the anti-ICE community on the left. You're trying to attack billionaires, even though you are fucking one, and you're not doing anything to not be a billionaire anymore. You're almost like Bernie Sanders. It's really funny how Bernie Sanders attacked millionaires until he became one, and then all of a sudden he attacked billionaires. And if Bernie became a billionaire, he'd attack trillionaires when we finally get them. And it's going to happen. And that's the same thing Steyer is trying to do here, except Steyer has the warmth and personality of a slug. If you've ever seen him speak, and I'm about to show it to you, and I apologize for that, because, look, I get 12 minutes left. Try to stay awake for it after watching this video. Here is super relatable. I hate the rich. I hate ICE. I'm for the working man. I am a working man. Tom Steyer.
And big corporations to buy into the future of California and be willing to pay more. A lot of people in California are acting as if we have a zero-sum game, and they're defending their wealth, and they're trying to make sure that they minimize their taxes. I am not scared about paying more money. Working Californians are being priced out of this state. It is not okay. We are creating more than enough money in this state for us all to succeed together without anybody suffering. This is a state with values. This is a state where everybody moves up together. I think that everybody who's succeeded in this state owes a huge debt to the people who built this state.
Yeah, a lot of people built this state, Tom, not you. You were a hedge fund manager for Farallon Capital. That's where you came into a lot of your money. You're literally attacking everything you are and trying to pretend that you're somebody else. And it's funny to me that they still think this works, because authenticity, as we've seen, is more and more what people actually go for. And Tom Steyer, like I said, he's got the wealth of a slug. He's got the warmth of a slug. He's not relatable. He just isn't. I don't care who you are. You don't look at Tom Steyer and go, yeah, he's just like me, as he's trying to portray that he is. So California's we the voters here have some amazing choices ahead of them for the Democratic side. And the sad part is, I still would not put it past them to elect one of those two morons, Mashed Potatoes Porter or Steyer. I just wouldn't, because they have been so mentally broken. There's a couple in the chat room right now, that because Orange Man Bad runs everything in their life, that they can't look at anything outside of that. That's where they exist. That's the only place they exist. And there are other options out there. And like I said, even if you don't like the two top on the other side, Hilton and Bianco, there's so many other people running in California that you could look at and legitimately would do a better job beyond the four big names. But California won't. They absolutely won't. Chatty, I see you in the chat room. I don't know what you want me to respond to. You have Orange Man Bad syndrome. No matter what I'm talking about, I'm not even talking about Trump in this instance, and you're bringing up Trump. So that tells me how broken you are. I'm talking about the California gubernatorial race, plain and simple. And you keep trying to bring it back to the conversation you want to have because you're mentally defective and you don't know how else to have any other conversation because of your programming. So go ahead and go back and just tell everybody when you get out of the basement, tell mom you did a great job. Maybe she'll give you a cookie. So moving on to another story that kind of surprised me a little bit, which is the motion to impeach Tim Walz in Minnesota. And I say this because when I talked about, and we had on somebody who worked in and around Minnesota government for years and lived in Minnesota their whole life on a couple of months ago, we talked about how deep blue the Minnesota Congress is and how all the stuff that came out with all the fraud stories, everybody knew was happening. And it wasn't a shock. They were talked about 2 years before Nick Shirley showed up locally, and the local media refused to report it. During the campaign in which Tim Walz was the vice president nominee for the Democrats, they absolutely 100% knew this fraud was going on in Minnesota, and the local media and the people that vetted Tim Walz overlooked it. So Representative Mike Weiner and Representative Ben Davis led the charge to file the impeachment charges. House Resolution 6 outlines 4 specific articles of impeachment focused entirely on corrupt conduct. The resolution calls out Walz for knowing about widespread fraud within taxpayer-funded program and choose to conceal it. We see it more and more as time goes on that everybody knew this was going on, including, and you have, it's an X account with all the Minnesota state workers who said, who are banding together and say, hey, Walz knew this. Everybody knew this. Nobody did shit about it. And now finally somebody's trying to do something about it. This isn't going to go anywhere because the Democrats will absolutely block it and protect him. You need to be completely honest with yourself. If you think that there's any chance that Tim Walz is going to be impeached, the answer is no. But the fact that they actually brought articles of impeachment for this kind of blew my mind, given what we know about the Minnesota Congress. Minnesota House is split evenly between Republicans and Democrats. Advanced impeachment requires a majority of the House and a massive 2/3 in the Senate in Minnesota, where the Democrats hold a 1-seat majority. So it's a pipe dream. But I thought it was interesting that somebody actually went that far. And what this will do is might force, if they bring people in to testify, people to testify under oath. So you might actually you're not going to get an impeachment, but you might actually get some people testifying under oath, which would be pretty incredible. Just to see what they have to say and what they're willing to say. And as if that wasn't enough, and as if I did not bore you enough by letting you see satire, because that's just exhausting for anybody. Is a traitor. Yet you're still here. Chatty, whatever your name is. I'm not going to say that word because it's stupid, is a traitor. Nothing you say is worth listening to. You will never be an American. This is how I know you're from overseas. This is how I know you're not an American. Because anytime somebody says you'll never be an American, it makes me laugh, because that's you trying to portray something that you're not. Like I said, first and foremost, we're on the side of the Constitution in our history. You're on the opposite side of it if you're really an American Democrat. You're trying to change, uproot, and do everything about that. We're trying to preserve the nation. We're the true Americans. You're the insurgents. Have fun. And speaking of weird Democrats, they're singing again. I don't know what it is about the new age hippies, and this is what they are, where every time they get stressed, every time they start to worry, they start producing music, and it's just god fucking awful. But if I saw it, you have to see it.
3, 4, 1. We see that there's a wrong to be righted to. We know that we are stronger when united. 3. We exercise our right to assemble. 4. That's when the proud and mighty start to tremble. Just in case you're wondering. Just in case you're wondering. Just in case you're wondering. Hey, hey, look.
Chatty, are you in this video? I just realized that. Are you in this video? This could be any one of you, right?
This is what democracy looks like.
They do have the token non-white person that they had to have in the video, and you can't tell what gender they are or anything like that. So yeah, they covered that base, but the rest of them are literally everybody that you're arguing with on the internet, just summed up.
Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like.
Look, white people, listen up for a second. When they make fun of us for not being able to dance, and they're right. When they talk about our food having no seasoning, and they're right. When they when they make fun of the potato salads for having raisins in it, and they're right. It's because of shit like this. It's because of shit like this that you're doing. I don't care if you're Democrat. I don't care if you're Republican. Can we please stop with the ridiculous folk songs to try to make you think that you've done something? Now, as I said, that is the progressive left. They have the sexually ambiguous kind of tan person who could be male or female to say, hey, look, we love everybody. This person's 12 different people. And then the rest are awfuls. Angry, white, female liberals, and their husbands. Just sprinkled in to try to make it look legitimate. Oh, God. This is who we're arguing with on the internet. That is 100% who you're arguing with on the internet. And that is everything on the left right there. Oh, see, but because you want to be permabanned, I won't permaban you because I know you're going to come back, and you know what you're going to do? You're going to drive my average listening time up. So thank you, Chatty. I can't wait to see you next Wednesday when I'm here at 8 p.m. Pacific. That's right, not Monday. Going to take off Monday night. I have plans. I will not be here, but I will be back here Wednesday, a week from tonight, 8 p.m. Pacific. I'm going to try to squeeze in a show maybe next Thursday. It's not 100% yet, so don't quote me on that. But if in the meantime you have a hankering for more great shows from SHR Media, Monday and Friday night, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 on the East Coast, you have the Reaver of Common Sense with Jersey Joe. Tuesday and Thursdays, 9 a.m. Pacific. Noon on the East Coast, you have Mission Ready Men with my man Big E. Tuesday and Thursday nights, hopefully the giant orange cable locator did enough damage that it gets, or didn't do enough damage that it gets solved. BZ's Berserk Bobcat Saloon. He'll be 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 on the East Coast. Friday and Saturdays, you have Beer and Bullstein with Lyle. Lyle, Friday and Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 on the East Coast. And then on Sundays, every other Sunday, you have The Lost Wonder right here on SHR Media YouTube, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 on the East Coast. Thank you so much for being here. Please check out shrmedia.com. You can get some swag. You can get some merch if you'd be so kind. Thank you to our friends at KLRN Radio for the simulcast. We greatly appreciate it.